What's up? That song did not give me enough time to go to the bathroom and wash my hands and come back. It turns out that was the short one. Yeah, that was the short song. I knew that. I definitely did that on purpose. This is the Sound Redemption. I did wash my hands. That's why I am late to the song cutting off into silence. Hey, chat, what if I did this? Oh, get wrecked. Get destroyed. Suggest a letter Q. Why? I need to stop allowing that to be redeemed at the start of every stream. Anyway, what up? I meant to start streaming like 35 minutes ago, but then I started going down a rabbit hole of troubleshooting Star Sector and my computer because I couldn't find the mouse because it was invisible for some reason, and then I went down the forum threads of people who also had invisible mice and what they had to do to fix it. And then I was like, that's kind of weird. I read through 3 different pages of that, a Reddit post, they were on the actual Star Sector forums, and then I was like, what if I just rebooted my computer? You know, I'm a tech guy, I'm an IT guy, you always reboot your computer before you try something more complicated, like editing a JSON file or something. So I did, and then my computer didn't frickin' reboot, and it got stuck on a black screen, so I was like, well, I guess I'll just hold the power button down until it turns off. Gonna make me unplug the darn thing just to get it to shut down and stop being on. And then BIOS is like, I'm sorry, there has been a disruption in the day-to-day activities. I must send you into the emergency BIOS. That was a non-prompted shutdown. So anyway, we're here. we're here. I didn't know if I was gonna stream today. I just kind of felt like it. You know, sometimes that's how it is. I just felt like it. So here we are. Unplanned. I felt like starting I want to have some cool ships that go pew-pew, you know? I don't want to get pew-pewed. I want to be the one doing the pew-pew. That's the hard part. What's up, Iser Joker? Thanks for the 68-month sub. How you doing, dude? Getting squished. Squish 'em. I'm gonna squish you with audio. Yo. I'm already in night mode. The sun's still up, but it's after 4. It won't last. You might notice a new addition to the background. He looks a little weird up there, but Gengar is joining the crew. He's floating up there. He's a ghosty. That's what he does. I actually won that Gengar from a claw machine. Me and Alice played some claw machines yesterday. Like some legit claw machines. The ones that, you can, like, okay, hang on. Like legit, am I saying this right? Is it gachapon? Gachapon claw machines? Need to remember the right terminology here. What's up, Sledge Puppies? Right on time, Ombre Moon. Gachapon is a Xenoblade character. There's no way that's true. Alright, Wikipedia says, Gashapon, Gashapon, also called Gachapon, is a trade. I didn't know it was a trademarked word of Bandai. But anyway, you know what gacha machines are. But they had like some claw machines, and so I won some little stuffed animal dudes. There's this weird, like, if you have a date or a significant other, there's a weird imperative. If there is a stuffed animal that can be won, that you have to win it for them, you know? I don't know how to shake that. No matter how old I get, it's still there. Like, if I see like a carnival game or like a claw machine, it's like I have to win. I have to win that stupid little stuffed animal. It's not stupid, but you know what I mean. Anyway, I won 3. They should win it for me. What's up, Omega Dracon? Hi, little purple guy. Yeah, I want to have more little purple guys. Still need to get this piece of furniture back here, but it's tough, man. It's tough to buy furniture. I'm like afraid to buy furniture because you have 2 options. Do you buy it online without even knowing what it looks like? Just having some measurements and assuming it's gonna fit and that it's gonna look exactly like it does in the pictures? Or do you go to the actual furniture store in person and then have to suffer the like, can I help you? Yes, I'm here to help you, and be swarmed by like 3 vultures. Who just can't get off your shoulder. Looking over it. And like trying to upsell me on like, oh yes, if you buy this, we also sell a set of 5 packaged polishing products for your new wooden piece of furniture that's only gonna cost you an extra $125, and if you sign up for our store credit card, you know what I mean? So I'm gonna have to make a call. Gonna have to make a choice, because I'm tired of this big empty space just being over my shoulder where the Christmas tree was. Because the Christmas tree was so wholesome and comforting. We need to fill the void of the subathon decorations, chat. It's been a month. IKEA doesn't do that. Yeah, but like, IKEA sucks. We can have a whole conversation about why that is. I can list you some bullet point reasons why IKEA sucks, though. Number 1, they're out of stock of 40% of their inventory at any given time. So I've been there multiple times, been like, ooh, I really like this piece of furniture, and it's never in stock. So you get stuck with the stuff that nobody even wants, right? The only furniture that IKEA has in stock is the furniture that nobody else wants, because that's what, you know, if you had the good stuff, you'd just get the good stuff, but that's out of stock, so you got to get like the 2nd or 3rd best. That's the best reason why they suck. The second reason is, Chad, I'm 35 this year, dude. I would literally pay somebody every time to build my furniture for me instead of build it myself. Okay? Like, facts. My time is money, and I am happy to pay for that so that I don't have to do anything. I've been doing that since I was 28. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's fun. It depends on what it is. The third reason, I think, is the best stuff that you can get from IKEA. Listen, IKEA is like a stepping stone, in my opinion. that's the place you go when you're just starting out, right? You need so many of the absolute basics that it's overwhelming and it's expensive to try to get it all at once. So you just go and you get like the cheap plates and the cheap silverware and the cheap cups and whatever else you need because you just need stuff. To be honest, it's not really a place that you go except for like two things. Number one, they have some decent couches. They have some nice couches. But also, can I just say that the IKEA prices are not competitive anymore? Like, I don't think that they're as cheap as they used to be for what you're getting. Like, they're pretty pricey now. IKEA got expensive too somehow. Yeah, their prices have gone way up. But yeah, I'm at the stage, I'm approaching midlife, chat. All the furniture I get from now on is gonna be like forever furniture. Like, it's gonna be too expensive and it's gonna be overpriced because I don't want to replace it. When I was getting stuff from like IKEA or, heaven forbid, Ashley Furniture or something like that, God, I hate that place. That was like, I'm getting this with the intention of replacing it in the next 5 to 10 years. Also. And I'm kind of at the stage where everything I get, I want it to be like a forever piece of furniture. Tox, what's your least favorite depiction of aliens in modern media? Controversial opinion. Roger from American Dad. I said what I said. Is that controversial? It's an incredibly popular TV show. You guys are just counterculture. You're a product of me. So you just happen to have similar opinions to me sometimes. But there's a lot of Roger merchandise. There's a lot of Roger merch out there. Okay. Sorry, I had to blow my nose. Yo. I found my mouse. I can see the mouse again. Solved. Also, chat, you guys were looking at you were looking at the wrong version of you. Let me fix that for you. In case I go back to that screen or use it for something else. Hold up. Hold up. I had all this situated, then I had to reboot my whole computer. Where'd you go? You're supposed to be here. Where'd you go? There you go. Okay, I found you. I found you. You're back. Now get out of here. Bop. We're gonna start a new campaign today in Star Sector. Because the last one, my fleet blew up. And we were playing on Iron Man mode. So, you know. Now, you might say, I remember you saying, Italics, that you wanted to play with Nex or Relin. Are you playing? No, we're playing vanilla still. Nex is not updated. And I just sort of decided that my desire to play again one more time overwrote my desire to wait for the mod to update. Let's just say by the time the mod updated, I wouldn't want to play Star Sector anymore. So I was like, I may as well. It's certain gameplay elements within different games convince me to stream it again. And in Star Sector's case, it was thinking about, as weird as it sounds, having specific role-based ships for different jobs. Building a fleet with a fuel tanker, a cargo hauler, a salvage rig, and a troop transport. I don't know why, but that is appealing to me. And it's that simple mechanic idea that I was like, I want to stream this again. I can't explain why, but I can explain what. And that was it. That was like the hook that lured me back in. It's specifically that. I like delegating tasks to different tools in the toolbox for, I like delegating tasks to tools. That's why I name my pilots and officers after chat. So my coffee's all melted. I like the sense of building a mobile home in space. Basically that, yeah. We gotta pick another dude? I gotta pick somebody else. I kind of want like a full helmeted individual. We need like helmets with like evil looking eyes, paint like a hacker, like a Ubisoft face painted on. Okay, is it weird that I want to pick this person, but because they're looking, I feel like they should be looking right, not left. Is that a strange hang up to have? I want to love this game, but the flux mechanic feels like an artificial limitation. I'm gonna ask you to elaborate before I drag you through the street. Did your coffee start unmelted? The ice was unmelted, yes. Now the ice is all melted and my coffee is more water than coffee because I meant to start streaming an hour ago. All right, I'm gonna be... I like the dude we were last time, but I feel compelled to be this guy. He's looking the wrong way, but that's okay. Look at him. I didn't notice the red sunglasses. And somebody already redeemed, pick a letter, and it was Q. Q is like the worst letter for names because your normal names are like Quentin. Cool. Quincy. Wow. The letter Q just sucks for names. I can't take anybody serious whose name starts with a Q. Your parents were trying too hard, dude. Okay, let me see. What Grimswell, what did you say? Okay, so talking about the flux mechanic feels like it's a made-up thing to force combat pacing with a big cooldown to force retreat every now and then. If it was real, we would weaponize that shit. I mean, it is made up. You're not wrong. All of the mechanics are made up for game balance. The reason why I'm gonna disagree with you that it's a bad mechanic. I would posit that it's a good mechanic, and the reason why it's a good mechanic is because it's not meant to force retreats It's meant to give you a risk-reward mechanic where you can, for example, utilize your flux in different ways in order to press the advantage or try and recoil from an advantage, or recoil from your opponent's advantage. Example, you can take your shields down on purpose so that you build less flux, so that you can divert more power to your engine, or in your weapons, so you can pew pew more before your flux overloads. Or you can keep your shield up to block all damage at the risk of overloading your ship and becoming a sitting duck. Or you can overload the opponent's ship. It's a risk-reward mechanic, and I love risk-reward mechanics. So you're gonna have a hard time convincing me that it's bad. But what I think is the flux mechanic is, it is a very elegant solution to the age-old space game problem. Like, all of the spaceship games that involve you diverting power by moving your mouse over to a different window and clicking plus to put 1 point of power into engines or take 1 point of power away, those are so obtuse, and I think that flux is a very elegant solution to that problem, where you are literally diverting power without having to manually have like these, keep track of how many notches are in your shields, because your shields are either up, building flux, or down, not building flux. So, or your shields are down, which allows your engines to go faster. So you're diverting power to different parts of your ship by just basically using your shields or not, which in effect is using flux or not. So it's fast tracking all of these different aspects that are normally very manual in other space games. Like, okay, -3 points in shield, +2 points in engines. Starfield, it was so annoying, yeah. So like, you can't go max speed unless your flux is at 0 without upgrades. There's a skill that changes that. You can't shoot your guns anymore if your flux is built. So it's like all of those power management aspects boiled down into just one mechanic. That's why I think it's elegant. And you can't shoot your guns anymore if your flux is full. So it's there to keep it's basically your guns are overloading, or your shields are overloading. So it's a power management mechanic. It's just called flux. And it's like, where do you want to divert your power? Because you can have 0 flux and go fast, maneuver quickly, dodge, or chase, or you can go heavy flux. Like, I'll usually try and go shields, and then when I notice that I have the advantage, then it's like this cinematic moment where I have to take my shields down, because if I leave them up, I'm gonna overload, and then I just need to use what's left of my flux on just like a barrage pushing the advantage, and then it creates those like, screw it, let's ride, or those like, oh my god, I pushed too far and didn't realize that I was that fragile. And it's also a way to govern like your shields, obviously, first and foremost. Instead of like, imagine if flux didn't exist, then you would have to have a separate bar that said how much shield you have left, right? So you're still gonna have to have a bar that tells you how much. You can't have infinite shield, because then you just block everything. So there would be a bar there somehow, some way, even if it was a specific shield bar, and then there'd be a separate weapons bar. How much can you shoot in a row before your weapons overload? So it's all consolidated just into flux. That's my take on it. Hopefully I articulated that well. I feel like my words are not coming to me all the way. Go Godsu, thanks for 25 months. What up, dude? Thanks for over 2 years of sub. I appreciate the Etal Alien. The final version of the Subathon t-shirt is being worked on now. The draft phase is over. The final version is on its way, and hopefully we'll definitely have something for you before the end of Feb. If not, if not, it would be a technical issue with like the provider of whoever ends up selling them. But thanks Metro G as well. Star Sector streams are pog. Appreciate the 49th month of sub support. Welcome back. Maludo Kilo with the E-sub for over 3 years. Thanks for the Prime, Maludo Kilo. And Prismus getting comfy for 33 months. Thanks for the tier 1 sub. And thanks everybody for subscribing and also for coming and hanging out on this Saturday stream. The different system points mechanics work in FTL because you can pause and think about it. Yeah. Well, I mean, FTL did it best, right? FTL is kind of the OG. That everybody else was like, ooh, that's pretty fun. That's a cool mechanic. I should use that in my game. And it is a great mechanic. It's just great mechanic in, like you said, when you can pause. It's not good for real time. It's good for those, I don't know what you call, it's not, what do you call FTL? Pausable strategy game. Just doesn't really have the same ring to it. Dude, Star Sector! What's up, Ottercog? Glad you guys are hyped for our... Oh, I remember why I started talking about this, because I got the letter Q. The letter Q. Like, I think it's doable in different games. Like, I didn't think it was bad in Elite Dangerous because they have fewer points. I think it gets out of control in games like Starfield where you have like 10 to 15 points of power. So you're just like down, 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 over, 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 up, 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 and it's just like, oh my god, simplify this, dude. When it's just like a couple points of power to move between systems, then it's more doable. Like, I need 2 points in engine. I need 3 points in guns. And you're working with a more limited pool. Alright, Q. Qui-Gon Jinn. Quimby. Quiznos. Quidditch. Quap. Just Q. Qui-Gon Jinn. Alright, well, who's this? This guy on the left, man. He looks like a... Kind of cyberpunk, but also like he is one of the side characters in like a 90s action movie. Or he's not the big bad in the action movie, he's like the middle of the movie. He's the guy that's like 1.5 feet taller than the hero and like stands up slowly, you know what I mean? To reveal to the audience how much bigger he is than the actual main character of the movie. He looks like his name is Hiroshi. I could buy that. All right, I gotta get off this screen. Wait, isn't this a Star Wars character like Kaz? Is that a Star Wars character's name? Bad guy in Men in Black 2. It resembles Takamura. I could see that. Kaz. Glaveman. Kaz. Glaverson. That's an awful name. Kaz. Glaive Warden, no. Kaz. Kaz Bordrick. Kaz Bazaz. There's a Kaz-class Star Destroyer in the canon section of Wikipedia. Alright, normal sector size, Iron Man mode, Sir, mixed sector age, let's go. Give me my stinky Wayfarer and let me on my way with my Kite-class shuttle. Normal difficulty, skip tutorial, let's go. Once again, I am going to be a god-tier helmsman. Your piloted ship gets plus 50% maneuverability and plus 15% top speed. So maneuverability is how fast you can rotate, how fast you can spin. Top speed is what I really care about. Maneuverability is excellent when you're on those heavy ships, like cruisers and capitals. And then I can make it elite with a story point to get an extra 10 SU per second. Chat, does SU stand for space units? Also, the zero flux speed boost is activated at any flux level as long as the ship is not generating flux or venting / overloaded. There's that flux. You overcome it. All right. Begin. Let us begin. Okay, so since we skipped the tutorial, I'm trying to see kind of how that starts compared to doing the tutorial. We have 32,000 credits. We got 80 supplies, 70 out of 80 crew, some heavy machinery for salvage ops, and some fuel. Our fleet, such as it is, same as the other day. I need the 2 forward turrets to be linked. Cells within cells, etc., etc. Then the ion cannon on 2, and then the Vulcans on 3. Those are going to both be automated. They'll shoot without my input. All right. Reinforced bulkheads is good. Flux distributor's fine. I don't mind the initial setup of these is pretty decent. Okay, we do have a co-pilot who also has helmsmanship. So chat, I have need of one of you to be my co-pilot. Alright, since this is the first co-pilot that's beginning a stream, you should be alive for a long time. Let's make it spicy. First person to delete 25,000 channel points. Good luck. If you're the second person, rip. Oof. Explosive Danish. You're in. Rest in peace, Robot Mystic, Mitch F. Davis, Mishabot, and B Hotel. They tried. They gave it a shot. Alright, you'll be flying the Kite, which is armed with the Salamander, which is going to hunt enemy engines. And then Swarmer SRM is going to hunt. It's going to just shoot at whatever, but it's pretty good against small craft. So I can actually run a simulation here. Do they have a sim against a drone tender? Is that one of the ships I can sim against? Because that'd be nice. I don't think you can sim against a drone tender. This is too... Wait, there it is. We have one, actually. Did I deploy it? Oh, I did. Okay. So this will kind of give you a demonstration of what it does. Because there are the drones, right? So if I shoot my Swarmer, they can shoot those missiles. Boom. But we still got one, didn't we? And this thing has 72 missiles. Granted, it shoots like 4 at a time. But yeah, that's basically what I do. Like, not me, but this kites, right? It's here to harass and be like a anti-fighter. I'm not gonna really be controlling this. But I enjoy watching them actually track and try and hit. Now, the drone tender's replacing the drones, but it's still, you know, anti-drone and fighter tech. I'm gonna use my maneuvering jets and just try and like, oof. I was gonna try and just do a quick cheeky little slide. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to 1v1. The kite is not here to be the star of the show. It's here for support. And that's what it'll do. So what are we gonna do? Well, we're here in Jengala, the hegemony capital, I think. The jewel of the Corvus system. Now, I might still do some of the story missions. I just wanted to skip the tutorial since we did it painstakingly a couple days ago and pretty much already read everything that there was there to read. The story so far is kind of, well, I mean, canonically, we started, I think, in, did we start in Galatia or Samara? I think we started in Galatia, right? Yeah. And it was like not connected to the rest of the systems in the sector. So we had to link it back up and effectively fix the gate. WTF, I've been pronouncing hegemony wrong my whole life. I mean, it looks like hegemony. Hegemony. To us Americans. But yeah, it's hegemony. But yeah, it's apparently hegemony, and it confuses people when I say it. The emphasis is weird. But yeah, Galatia was not, like, it got disconnected from the grid, quote unquote. We reconnected it and kind of proved ourselves to be people of note and the reliable sort, and got some more jobs. And then it kind of opens up. I think that's pretty much the tutorial, right? I don't know if we need to get more detailed than that. Chat, if you want to go lore nerd on the tutorial, by all means, go for it. So what I'm gonna do is, I'm probably gonna be getting, I think, a stipend every month. So the date is up at the top left. It's March 2nd. Every time the date rolls over, we get paid every month. So we're kind of like accrue some money and try and get a slightly larger fleet by doing two things. One, looking in the ship marketplace to try to find some reasonable adds to the team. And there are not any here. There are also military ships that we can get if we sort of improve rep, if we wanted to like commission ourselves to fight for them and have their enemies be our own. Or we could be illegal about it and buy it. We could buy it on the black market. Though we need to be a little more cautious about that because, ooh, they got a lasher here. I'm gonna try and keep my heat down. We can maybe do some smuggling in this campaign. I don't know. I want to do some exploration and get some salvage rigs and stuff back up. But at the moment, there ain't a lot that we can do here. I'm also gonna keep my eyes peeled for officers so that we can get some more officers throughout our journeys. Let's go check a Sharu down here. We can also take odd jobs. They have different odd jobs inside the bars that are on the different planets. What's up, Geppetto? We got stipend enjoyers in chat. What's up? Hello, Johnny. Welcome back. I thought it was a tomato thing. No, I'm right. You're wrong. Sorry. Let me see what ships the Independents have. A bunch of drams. Mercury shuttle. Chat, under what circumstances would you buy a Mercury shuttle? One of the smallest ships in the sector equipped with an onboard hyperdrive actuator. This is typically used for safely transporting VIPs or couriers between star systems. You misclicked it. So what is the pirate version of the Hound's biggest difference? I'm not too familiar with like the pirate versions of ships. Ooh, they got a vigilance here. And a lasher. All right, they've got a lot of good stuff that is not technically legal for me to buy. And I can turn my transponder off in order to do that, or I don't know. I kind of want to like do a legit business person RP play. You know what I mean? I feel like smuggling just makes this game a lot easier, which is not a bad thing. It's already a pretty hard game. Yeah, some of the pirate versions do have shielded cargo bays, which can help you hide your illicit goods, but sometimes they'll just have completely different stats in armor or flux or speed or something like that. I'm gonna head toward the little pirate base. We can't really take on much right now. All right, there's some bad people over here. I gotta try and play. Oh dear. Who's the second ship? I think we could take this. I don't know about the guys behind them. The guys behind them are a little much. I think we could take this. And if we can't... Oh, wait. What's on the nose there? Dude, it's got a Mark 9 autocannon? All right, I did not realize that a mud skipper had a large ballistic mount. A mud skipper Mark II. Chat, what patch was this added to the game? I don't remember mud skipper Mark IIs in my vanilla. And this got a medium ballistic and 3 small. This is gonna be tough. We might just explode immediately, but honestly, the worst thing that can happen is we just get the same ships and start again right out of the gate. So, what's the worst that could happen? Either we blow up or we get an incredible fight. I think this Mark 9 autocannon is gonna shred us, though. Here's what we have to do. We have to keep moving down. Ooh. We have to try and stay away. We have to keep the Cerberus in between. Does that make sense? Like, they're gonna try and pincer us, and we can't. We cannot get pincered. Oh, God. I got problems, chat. I got a lot of problems, chat. All right, I'm gonna need my kites to kind of step it up a little bit and get in there. All right, you're hiding behind my ass, bro, and I've got you on escort at the moment, so we're gonna have to find a nice little middle ground. All right, let's take the escort command off. Sick the kite after the mud skipper? I don't know if that's a good idea, but we're gonna do an engage. It's a little late for me. I'm about to get exploded. I need to vent some flux. But I also need to deal some damage. He can put way too much pressure. We're both trading right now. Like, his guns are all messed up. He's got a flame out. We're kind of doing some damage, though. This is a messy battle, bro. How did we pull that off? Oh my god, the pressure. Ooh, does Spicy flame out? Oh, it didn't flame out. Easy. Easy. Just had to face tank a little bit. We turned that one around. We got like back in the corner and then just came out with a left hook and a straight right and just right in his mouth. That was spicier than I expected. His armor just got rattled in the front and we just started punching through. I don't think we should recover those ships. We need to get out of here, though. Here's the problem. There's another dude behind that guy. Some supplies, some fuel, some guns. This is what I'm afraid of. I feel like I might... I ain't gonna make it, chat! Oh, good, dude. I should've just E-burned. How did they turn so fast? Did you see how they went... I should've E-burned. I thought they were, like, sustained burned going that way. And apparently they E-burned over here and we're going around. It's too late. I'm done. I ain't gonna make it, chat. My combat readiness. Actually, our combat readiness is fine. It's my, like, actual heals. Let's go. Back to back. Got this, dude. All right, we want to start together. Start together. We're gonna get. We have to eliminate one. Ooh, that guy sucks. Their combat readiness is higher than ours. All right, that's what we want. We want them to just get overzealous here. And just leave the guy on the right in the dust, kind of. We need to just keep rotating around so that the other dude can't hit us, basically. What? How did that hit my side? This guy's got a torpedo. Nope. Uh-oh. We got... It's a little spicy here. I can't get his, Alright, we just need to focus the same guy. My gun! We've almost got this dude! Alright, 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 alright. We need to get out of there. He's right in the middle of everybody, bro. I gotta keep putting the pressure on. And then we take one out, and then suddenly it gets a lot easier. Overloaded. Boom. Great job. Because the kite pilot is actually doing, like, fantastic right now, to be honest. And then this dude can't block very much because his flux is full. He's just so fast, though. He almost got me with that cheeky little nuke that he just shot at me, but I shielded just in time. All right, overload. Finish the job, and now we turn around. See, this guy's too slow. The Mud Skipper Mark II, he's got an awesome gun, but he's too slow. So we were able to just keep flying in a direction, and then the little kites would chase, and they're faster, and they'd leave the Mud Skipper in the dust, you know? So now that we've kind of piecemeal taken out the quick dudes, now we can divide and conquer the guy with the the beat gun. Oh, his engines were out. Combat readiness is taking a hit, chat. Bam. Watch those stray missiles, dude. GG, nice fight. 2 back-to-back pretty nice fights. But the combat readiness of the kite is down. It's risky. So we gotta get out of here. Let's take our spoils. Ding ding. Already leveled up? Or did we level up? No. Just got some XP. Alright, let's get out of here. Low combat readiness. They can suffer malfunctions and become disabled during sustained use, and they're less capable in combat. Those are all true. Have you tried Nebula's Fleet Command? I have. We streamed it, actually. It was pretty cool. Definitely need some kind of campaign, though. Instead of sort of like an arena. Let's go repair over here. If we haven't finished repairs already. Whew. I don't know how we survived both of those fights. We got so lucky that they happened to be just at the top of what we were able to handle. Because I sort of went in there a little too blasé. I need to be a little bit more cautious today if we're gonna play Iron Man mode. Going like around the periphery and kind of poking and prodding to see who's there instead of just like, hey guys, pirates, how you doing today? And then just seeing 2 signatures come out of the cloud, and they just happen to be right at the top of what we could do. So if that was 1 extra ship per fight, we'd be dead. So we got lucky. We got lucky. Now we need to buy some sheeps. But they don't have any good ones. It's just Jangala and Ashu here, right? Or, sorry, Asharu. And then Garnier. Alright, well, let's go either... I think we have to go to a different sector if we want to buy a ship. Chat, should I try doing just like a legit run? Like, no crime? Am I going to be a... Nobody likes playing Star Sector without a little smuggling. But it might be fun to try and just be completely legit. Young Riles, thank you for the 29 months of sub, by the way. I appreciate the tier 1 resub. Welcome back. Smile for fun. Also for 28 months. I smile for fun. I hope these guys are chill. Alright, we're gonna turn off the transponder now. Unlike last time. You've entered hyperspace. Now we use fuel. So we got 53. We're using about 4 fuel per day. At current estimates, I can slow that down when we cross through these storm clouds. Space storms, you know? The weather's bad. There might be a likely hostile fleet on the other side of this jump. Okay. In that case, let's go to this one. So these 3 jump wells are in the same system. They're all taking us to Galatia, but they're taking us to the top left or the bottom right. So it's like you have to imagine that it's within the star, or you can jump right on top of the star, which is usually not a good idea. Turn our transponder back on for the local system authorities, and we're here. Hyper-militant good guy character playthrough. Hello, Arathon. Thank you for the 53 months. That's a long time, dude. Appreciate you supporting the channel so long. I just got here. I don't know what he's talking about. That's okay. Chat, even when they are here, doesn't know what I'm talking about most of the time. So that's pretty standard. We may as well continue to do the Galatia stuff that we started yesterday. I skipped the tutorial this time. In the old days, you needed a skill to star jump. Yeah, that's a real old days. Greetings, Captain. Perhaps you are an alumni? Have you considered donating in a scholarship trust? We've read all these yesterday. Let's request a meeting with the provost. And then he takes us up. And then we play it cool when everyone is looking around at us. And... For what use is knowledge if it does not give us power and wisdom to change the world for the better? Say nothing. She brings her hands apart. The Galatia Academy could make use of someone like you, someone capable, discreet. And here she pauses, a tactic for emphasis she appears to employ often, and very well paid. I do not wish to make the same mistake as my predecessor. If one wants work done properly, appropriate incentive must be provided. Okay, what do you need done? They need a lot of things. I think I have to go, yeah, we have to go talk to Sebastian. All right, we just had to get the breadcrumb that takes us to Sebastian. And it's nice to meet you. And we have some available jobs. Okay. So I think these are different. Yeah, these are different. The nanotech engineering team has requested retrieval of an object of scientific interest from a derelict ship near Karkara. A key academician from Applied Hollow Arts was imprisoned by the Ludic Church on Tartessus for performing research. We need someone to pay the tithe so they can be released. A student from an influential family requires priority transport to Norcia in the Asconia system within a short time frame. Let's start with the retrieval mission again. I think the scientific interest one is good. So we're here. We need to go there. It's pretty far away. 22 light years. We're just gonna accept this and do it later. An advanced field conversion prototype from a derelict needs to be picked up. They're going to provide me with a neutrino detector, which... Chad, does anybody actually like neutrino detectors? Are they better now than they used to be? I don't remember them being very useful, unfortunately. And then off we go. Looking for sheeps. Avic, are you the people arrive what happened of the stream today? Is this a fresh save? Yeah. Iron Man mode is hard. I don't really understand the point of neutrino detectors. It's apparently just supposed to help you track down things at a distance and give you kind of like a breadcrumb trail to follow, so that you can, you know, you jump into a system, and I think it's supposed to, instead of going around the entire circumference of the star and pinging to see if anybody shows up on your sensors, You do a neutrino detector and it just tells you which direction to go to find stuff. Oh yeah, the neutrino detector also just lies to you sometimes. I think if the neutrino detector didn't lie to you, it might actually be good. Because they give you the neutrino detector as part of the tutorial, and then you never use it because it kind of sucks. It's already prohibitively expensive, in my opinion. Like, having to carry volatiles to use is already a cost, and then if it is wrong sometimes as well. I honestly think that they could probably just make that more accurate, and it would still be balanced, because it's not just having to pay for volatiles to use the neutrino, it's also taking up space in your cargo hold. So it's already cost enough to use. I would say buffing the neutrino is good, and then if you want to not give it to the player for free in the tutorial, then that would also be fine. Station Commander Europa. Interesting name. All right, what do you got? Am I gonna buy a hound? It got blowed up last time I bought a hound. I think it depends on what I put on the hound. I really want hounds to be good because the developer wants me to think that hounds can be good. Because every time I watch the dev videos, Alex has got a hound that can't be killed by anybody. And I'm watching the video and the hound is just deftly dancing around. And then when I use it, it just throws itself into the first available missile and insta-dies. I guess we can give it another shot because I'm desperate for some kind of ship here. I need something. All right, what do we got? An old but durable hull class that lacks a shield generator. That's why it's so squishy. This frigate is sometimes used to ferry cargo instead of combat duty. A lucky or gifted officer could make his fortune given the chance to captain one. Maximum crew of 40. How does it fit 40 crew on this death trap? Skeleton crew require 10. 75 cargo capacity. So it's about half of what my Wayfarer has. So we've got an actual, like, small frigate freighter. And it's got a flare launcher to try to throw off missiles, and then the medium ballistic is what you're hoping to be able to use. The medium ballistic can make or break this. We're gonna have a hard time, though. We are gonna have a hard time. I don't like any of these options, to be honest. Chad, what would you put on a hound? Trick question. I'm also trying to play legit without the black market. So really, it's heavy mortar or nothing. I might do some black market purchases, but I need to like at least morally offset them with a bunch of regular market. So I guess I have no choice. Heavy mortar has a range of 700. An antiquated weapon that fires large anti-armor rounds at a somewhat higher rate of fire than its smaller cousin. Projectile speed is low, effective range is short, but low flux buildup is a saving grace. Chonky, dude. I think throwing on the light dual machine gun is a good idea, though. Give it something to... Because this got a big arc. You know? That's like a... What? 140, 150... Wait. No, that's like a two. It's a 180 plus like 45. That's like 130. Wait, math is so hard, dude. All right, this is 180 degrees, so this is plus another 90. Why is this so hard, man? I'm trying to like figure it out. Math is indeed hard. Okay, so it's like 9, 18, 27. It's like 280 degrees. It's like 270, 280. Right? Are you aiming for any particular style or doctrine for fleet comp? I think that doing that is difficult in Star Sector from my experience, because the number of times I'm like, I'm gonna do a high-tech fleet, and then I fly around and I find a Legion 14 just under a rock somewhere, and it's like, well, I guess this is my flagship now. So I've actually found it difficult to purpose build a fleet from scratch. I think once you hit the mid-game and you have some good money, you can afford to kind of specialize the fleet. Ballistic are more fun to play than energy? I disagree. I think the laser squad is fun. When you just got like 30 lasers shooting the enemy at all times, it's kind of fun. You just constant shield pressure. Etal, who's your favorite Expanse character? That's a tough one, dude. I don't think I could pick one favorite. I would say it's either... Chat says Amos. I'm not surprised. Number one, Amos is a fantastic character. Don't get me wrong. But number two, that's the normie answer. Okay? I would say it's either Drummer or Ashford. I think I'd like the Drummer-Ashford pairing the best in the show. Also, on first watch, I would not have said this, but on my rewatch of The Expanse, I started The Expanse over again to refresh my memory on all the plot points before getting to the final, like, season or two. So I've seen the first 4, 5 seasons multiple times. But on my first watch, I would not have said this character. Oh, dude, Avasarala is also low-key... Like, I would say Avasarala is one of the best characters. She's at least in the top 5. I really like Avasarala a lot. But I would not have said this on the first watch, but Miller. Miller annoyed the hell out of me on my first watch of The Expanse, and then on my second watch, he was by far my favorite character. So I would say number 1, Miller. There's just too many good characters. That's one thing that The Expanse excels at, and Alice watched The Expanse with me on the rewatch all the way through. And I forget what other show we were watching that we were kind of comparing it to. But she kind of like made a point that even when characters in The Expanse only have one scene, like, or a couple scenes, or maybe even like an episode of screen time, they have more depth and characterization than 99% of every other TV show. I liked Anderson Dawes. Yeah, it's too bad that the actor couldn't be in more, because he was like, I think there were scheduling conflicts. So his character kind of just like falls off because they couldn't get him back in. I only got partway through the first episode as I lack an attention span. That's pretty normal. I bounced off of The Expanse on my first attempt watching, and then a few months later, I decided to give it a real try. I think it took me like 3 episodes to get semi-invested enough to not have to force myself. I think I had to force myself to watch the first episode, the second episode, and then by the third episode, I was like, okay, that was interesting. And then the fourth episode was like, all right, this is kind of cool. And then the fifth episode is like, all right, now we're going somewhere. And we're like building up steam. So it took me about 3 episodes to kind of not have to force myself to watch, where it came from within. But I don't think that they missed. I don't think there was a single bad character. There were characters that you are supposed to hate. But even like the most hateable character in the entire show becomes a good character by the end of the show. I'm talking about the sister. Chat proving themselves continually incapable of talking about broad strokes of a TV show without getting into specific spoilers about things. Classic. The Expanse talk is mandatory in this channel when Space Game is on. Yeah. It's probably one of my all-time favorite shows, if not my all-time favorite. I don't know how I could pick a better one. I'm thinking right now. I would definitely pick Expanse over Battlestar. I'd pick Expanse over, like, what, I don't know what other sci-fi show especially, much less just all of them. Like, chat, what's the best sci-fi TV show? All right, well, that's too broad, because you're going to be like Star Trek, and you're not allowed to say something's better than Star Trek. You're just not allowed. Deep Space Nine? I've never seen Deep Space Nine. Stargate SG-1? Is that the one that I actually did watch? Or not? No, I don't think that's the one that I watched. I watched the ones that Stargate fans didn't like. Which one was that? Stargate Universe? I watched SGU. Yeah. That's the only Stargate that I've watched. And as someone who didn't know anything about Stargate, I actually liked it. And then it lost me. Like, I liked it for, I'd say, less than a season. I think it started out interesting to me as someone who wasn't a fan of Stargate, and then it got bad pretty fast. Oh, wait. I got too many ordnance points. But yeah, Universe is the one that I watched. I haven't seen Farscape. Deep Space Nine is the only good Star Trek. I think that would be difficult to convince people of. I don't think Star Trek is bad. I think Star Trek is revolutionary. I just never got into it for some reason. And I don't really know why. I never really tried. I never really gave it like a super earnest attempt. I think you gotta do reinforced bulkheads for 40% more hull integrity for this dude. And then I think I did unstable injector, but I don't think that's a good idea. Maybe since it doesn't have a shield, You could do hardened weapon points. Where is that? Armored. Oh, there we go. Armored weapon mounts. Can you not do both? It's just not available. Do I not have this as an unlock? Okay, so I guess that's not a choice then. Chat, how does armored weapon mounts work? Do I have to unlock it? Stop talking in your own conversations and answer my question. Blast doors. Installs additional hermetic and heavily reinforced doors at critical junctures, increases hull integrity by 20%, and you take 60% fewer casualties from hull damage. I'll just go with that, I guess, lacking the other things. And we have one extra point, but I don't have anything to spend it on. It's already... Oh, it's already built in. Okay, there you go. I already have it. It was in my pockets the whole time. So, durability of all weapons is increased by 100%. Recoil is decreased. Increases the ship's armor by 10. It's pretty good. Rugged construction reduces the negative effect of demods by 50%. 50% chance to avoid new demods, and almost always recoverable after battle. And then shielded cargo holds. That's the song that plays whenever you get scanned by local system authorities. And you're rocking shielded cargo holds so they can't see what's inside. Intergalactic meeps. All right. I really want to get a pilot for this thing. It's not going to be a glorious ship. That's the mortar. It kind of goes pew-pew. When it hits, it makes a nice noise. I can't even destroy a little space rock. And then... this thing is trying to take down any and all missiles or fighters that happen to get around. I think it might be a good idea for us to combo. Like, maybe, do we get rid of the light assault gun? And buy a light autocannon for more shield damage? That way we do the shield damage, and then this dude comes in with the mortar and hits the armor. Or this dude, the Swarmer SRM will do high explosive as well if their shield is down. I don't know, let's give it a try. I don't really like the ion cannon, but it's all good. Where are we going? I need to repair my ship. Okay, and then how many supplies I have? 70. Let's go. Chat be like, the mortar seems bad. Bro, the whole hound is bad. Do you see where we're at in the campaign? I got a wayfinder, a hound, and a kite, dude. We're all bad. We gotta start somewhere. Who's this? Okay, that's my prey right there. Uh-oh. We got problems. Dude, come on, man! You can't just appear from thin air to support your boys. Literally just appeared from nowhere, man. We're not gonna be able to get away. I gotta retreat. We ain't gonna be able to fight this. Three Cerberuses? How do you, I mean, I know we're already in retreat mode. You need to go in a straight line, dude. Don't turn around. Go in a straight line. They're gonna be flanking us from the side here. We gotta stay away from that little slow piece. That guy's got maneuvering jets. Uh-oh. Chat. It's been fun, bro. My little dudes might make it out. I'm probably not gonna make it out. As long as you guys get away, I'm not gonna miss the wayfinder. The bees. Death by 1,000 mosquito stings. Yeah. All right, they got away. 30 crew and no Marines were lost during the last engagement. Reinforced range is bullshit. Look how far these dudes are, man. They're over here. I'm over here fighting. There should be like a circle, and if they're not inside the circle, it doesn't count. Point defense was doing well up until you died. Yeah, it was doing well. Okay. What happened? We only got 2 ships now. Everybody on board the Wayfinder is dead. Man. Where were you? Huh? It's too late now, system defense. I needed you. What the hell is going on here? Really? You want a piece of this? Okay. Am I even piloting a ship? Where's my, oh, my other officer's not piloting a ship. He's gotta be reassigned, so now we just got a naked hound. I'm in the wrong ship, dude. Hound, back up, bro! Hound, back up! You're faster than him! Oh my god, alright, face tank, I guess. Jesus, that's when the mortar actually is doing pretty good. I'm the only person that escaped from my dead ship, man. I ain't going in there. I'm going back over here to lick my wounds. 30 people died immediately. I don't even know how to be more careful there. Like, I just got surprised from the void. We need better sensors. Like, I need to be able to detect that those guys are coming from further away. Is your character tethered to a specific ship? No, you can fly whatever ship you want. Where do you find this game? It's on their website. It's not on Steam. Fractal Softworks website. Hello, Ballistic Burrow says, do a barrel roll. Thanks for 29 months. I appreciate the tier 1 sub and also Crispy Games, says alrighty. Thanks for 11 months and thanks for Prime. Okay. I mean, on the one hand, the Wayfinder sucked. On the other hand, we needed that ship even though it sucks. Well, you gotta do me dirty. Right out of the gate. I needed repair. Okay, and look for something new that I can afford to augment this. Chad, the developer doesn't give a shit about being on Steam, okay? Only you do. You can either take it or leave it. They've been doing this for 13 years. And developing the same game. I'd pay 2x for it to be on Steam and I own it already. Well, then you're kind of dumb. Luckily for you, Alex is not trying to take advantage of dumb people. And is simply trying to make a video game that is cool and good. Madman uses JavaScript. Some still do. Some still do. Man, I'm pissed that I got 30 lives on my hands right now. And there's no other station here that'll sell me a ship, so I got just me and a hound and a kite now. And no one... Who's gonna take down shields? Who's gonna take down the shields? Not me. Now I gotta go back to Corvus or Samara. Chat, I'm gonna exterminate all the pirates in this game for blowing up my starting ship. Oh my... Dude, I'm getting... We are right next to Ansira. Where are the good guys? Where are the heroes, man? I'm not like in dangerous space. I'm in Galatia. Vengeance arc. I'm not even doing anything dangerous. I'm just flying around. Okay. I don't know if we can afford to keep all these. I need to keep the Vulcans, though. We have 38 out of 70 personnel. We only need 14 skeleton crew to run this thing. What do we got here? Accelerated shields. I want to buy mod specs, but we're so poor right now. I don't think it's worth collecting mod specs. I need to focus on getting a replacement ship, because we're dead in the water, because I can't get anybody's shields to go down. Because this heavy mortar is not going to cut it. I could switch to like a hyper velocity driver, but that is really flux expensive. Really flux and expensive, dude. It's all they got, though. All right, I mean, if hyper velocity is good, it's just I need 13 points. Oof, Seer capacitors have to go all the way down. Probably just get rid of blast doors. That way I can have... Wait, is it illegal hypervelocity? It wasn't red a second ago. Whatever. I'm trying to be a good guy, Chad. I'm trying to be a good guy, okay? That's fine. All right, I gotta go somewhere else. Who's over here? Is there a fleet over here? I need to salvage some scrap, and maybe we can find something useful. But I'm worried I'm gonna get jumped again. So there's some derelict ships that we're tearing apart. You're a good guy, but you lost 30 men to pirates. Yeah, the pirates are the bad guys there. I don't know if you realize that, but I was the one that was attacked, not the one doing the attacking. I was simply trying to retreat, and they shot me while I was flying away. That's a war crime. Who is this? Unidentified unknown fleet returning to Kruer. Is this a new run? Chat! Yes! We only streamed this one other time in the last 6 months, and in that time, we only ever had 4 or 5 frigates in our fleet. It's not like we had a bunch of colonies and cruisers and capital ships. At our pinnacle last time, we had 5 frigates. It was a new run last time. Also, we're playing Iron Man mode. So, when ships explode, I don't just save scum. I know that that's confusing to you. What's up, Hortomatic? Thank you for the tier 1 sub, dude. Appreciate the $5 support. Thanks for hanging out today. Are you implying that I'm scum? You are what you eat. Smile for fun. I never want to read what you just wrote again. You guys need to get yourselves in check, okay? I don't know what the hell kind of show you're running here in chat, but you guys need to step it up a little bit, all right? I need you to act like a real chat and not like the rejects from other communities. Kinda silly tonight. Kinda silly tonight. Alright, let's get out of here. Actually, this mining... Wait, that's the evil mining station. Why is it gray? Yeah, we need to get out of here. And hopefully not run headfirst into any space pirates, because we are very fragile. I need to buy one more frigate. Where are my notifications? Gotta turn them back on. You gotta open up your phone and refresh so that it'll give you the 3-hour delayed message that said that there was a stream starting hours ago. We are way out here. Probably should have gone a different way, but too late. Chat's been debating the merits of being on or off of Steam on behalf of the developer. Talking about bath bombs. All right, let's navigate around the star, and I'm scared to go fast forward speed right now, man. I got my ass kicked. I wasn't even going fast forward. I was just kind of chasing a little dude, and he was like, Big Brother's here, and he wants to kick your ass. What do we got? Structural damage. How come the black market has all the cool, like, fixed ships? I am a willing taxpayer, but I need something that isn't, like, a used car that's been through 3 wars already. I also don't know what music this is. Oh, yeah, I do. Never mind. Like, what is this? Am I gonna have to buy a mud skipper? What else is here? Is it just Jangala and a Sharu? Okay, so we came here for no reason. Chat, what good, I ask you, is a stipend if there's nothing to spend the money on? All right, turn the transponder off. Go slow through the cloud. I feel like campaigns in Star Sector take a while to get rolling because of this. Because when you start as a baby, nobody wants to sell you baby ships. They're just like, you can buy my 4D mod trash, you piece of filth. I'm scrolling up. I'm scrolling down. It helps to save scum. Save scum's not going to change what ships they're available to purchase. I can't even buy a kite or a hound right now. Unless I want to buy a 4D mod kite. I mean, they have like a Centurion heavy frigate, but I don't know if that's worth getting right now. With that would cost me all of my money and it would have no guns on it. Meanwhile, was it 26,000 credits there versus 33,000 credits on the real market? Do I like the Centurion? It's just kind of slow and tanky, right? Yeah, it's just a heavy frigate. I'm not gonna spoil the quest, but I did a mission and it got me a badass battleship. Yeah, I don't like freebies. See, I would throw that away. I don't like quest rewards. That's why I like Next Sandbox. Also, Chappie, like, I'm not gonna spoil, but I've been compelled. I told you guys, check. Get it in check. Get yourselves in check. Okay, dude, I don't know. I've only got 3 Vulcans. I don't have enough stuff. We gotta go somewhere else. We're just wandering right now. Chat is fighting their own demons right now. But yeah, I don't like set in stone quest rewards. Because then you can count on them. And you've stopped playing the sandbox game and you're playing the you're like, after you've done it the first time, when you do it the second time and you know it's there, you're just putting in a cheat code. If you like do it on purpose. Which, if that's how you want to play your single player game, by all means, go for it. But that's not why I play sandbox games. They have a kite with 1 D-mod. Damaged weapon mounts. They're all bad. Nice little wolf there. The one with 5 D-mods? Or is there a different one I'm not looking at? These are rough offerings, man. I don't know what music this is, chat. Stop listening to it. Immediately. Okay, and let's go. Let's go. It's already night mode. Let me listen to chat. What's the space game we like that's not X4 and not Starbase? That we've never played, but we like listening to. It reminds me of one thing I don't like about X4, where the abandoned ships are always in the same place. Yes, correct. That's very annoying to me as well. And if they were randomized and there was like a ship recovery that was random per campaign, that would be like so much more fun. Endless Space, yes. That is the one. That's why finding like derelicts in the far reaches in Star Sector is like more fun to me, I think. All right, where am I? Was I just looking in this menu or looking in a different one? Yeah, we just looked in this one. Okay, well, did we already go to this frozen world up here? I don't think so. An independent, settled, frozen world. What do you guys got? It's rough out there, chat. It's really rough out there. I've been to like 7 worlds, man. I can't even find 1 hound or kite that doesn't have 2+ D mods on it. I'm struggling. How much fuel we got? We got enough to go somewhere else. Just gonna hop over. That's Tritachian and independent turf. All right, let's go there. Rough start. Lost a wayfinder. Can't even find a replacement frigate. We gotta stick with it. How much of a discount do you get on a ship per D-mod? This planet looks awesome. All right, where are the places here? I like Tritachian ships anyway. I'm holding this go slow button. Bonk. Have the pilots considered going around the asteroid field? You know it's a disc, right? You can simply go over or under it. Too complicated. We are real close to this. Oof. Slim pickings, man. Would you like a Mercury shuttle to augment your fleet? No, I would not, actually. Or a civilian mud skipper. I guess we should maybe consider hiring this officer anyways. Putriphobos. What can you do? Energy weapon master. Plus 30% energy weapon damage at close range based on the firing ship's flux levels. Full damage bonus at 600 range and below. No bonus damage at 1,000 range and above. It's too specific. Just give me plus 30% damage at every range. Imagine putting that on your CV. I am an energy weapon master. Oh, really? Would you like to man my my long-range graviton beam ship? I'm sorry, sir. I might be ranked master for energy weapons, but that only applies, asterisk, to energy weapons that are at or below 600 space units. I'm afraid I can't help you. But it says here you're an energy weapon master. No. I'm sorry. If you look really closely in 6-point font, it actually says very close range only energy weapon master. They didn't train us in the long-range energy weapons, and in fact, it is scientifically impossible for those to do more damage. They're too far away. Mudskipper fleet, let's go. They're steady. I'll find something. Energy weapons are fun. We can always fire them later. Who else did a bunch of channel points earlier that didn't get picked? Robot Mystic was second. Okay. How do you spell mystic? The energy dissipates over the distance. Okay, well then, with that logic, how come laser weapons in the game don't do less damage when they're at max range? Like a graviton does the same amount of shield damage whether you're close or far, right? Oh. There we go. Fixed. Now, if only I had a ship for you to pilot. Getting an officer is still really good, though. Let's go to Nova Maxios. Try that instead. Robot Medic. This is the gift sub sound.
Trial.
I'm gonna fly safely across this and protect our grav drive bubbles. I'm holding S to go slow. S for stinky chat. Speaking of, Mace is here for the first month ever, courtesy of War of the Worlds. Thank you for the gift sub. War of the Worlds, what up, dude? Appreciate ya. We got a lot of stuff here, but it's a lot of bad stuff. We might just have to make do, man. I would even accept one demod, but they've only got 2 demod options. And then mudskippers. Erratic fuel injectors. You can't have a kite with lower top speed. They both have erratic fuel injector. Being a legitimate businessman here sucks. I'm not gonna settle, dude. I am not gonna settle. We're going somewhere else. I'm just gonna hop, skip, jump across the galaxy. Chat, is the Ludic Path the evil one and the Ludic Church is the chill? Let's go Sindri and Dikta. There's 4 stations there. Path is evil? Yeah. The path of the evil extremists. Can you fix them yourself? If you're okay with emptying your entire checking account for a ship you're eventually gonna get rid of. Ludic Path are not evil. I heard Lud is a chill dude. Killing heretics is evil now. We got some Kinshi players in chat. I'm not evil. I'm just killing the heretics. If they didn't want to die, then they shouldn't have spewed heresy. Possible hostile fleet on the other side of this jump. Let's get away from there. All right, Sindrian, show me what you got. Show me why you're the coolest faction here. Ow. Because you've got all of the 1 to 0 DMod ships. Right, guys? You've just been hoarding them so that nobody else can have them. I'm running out of fuel and supplies. We got money. Let's see what you're made of. Your fleet approaches Kruor. The world's crust is squeezed and cracked by the powerful tidal force of Salus, causing regular quakes and eruptions. Abundant geysers of volatile gases maintain a thin, toxic atmosphere and combine with iron compounds to give Kruor its sanguine coloration. Tracked rigs roam the more stable surface provinces, ripping out rare or merely convenient ores for export, while corroding ruins of machines can occasionally be seen amidst the scars of strip mining. Dark rumors circulate about the conditions of mobile labor camps operated by Dicta intelligence. Your fleet transmits identification codes and are soon granted clearance for the best ships in the sector. Right, guys? Hey, a kite. Wait. That's a shuttle. That's a civilian grade 1. All the... I guess I'm buying a Centurion heavy frigate. Clearly, this is what the game wants me to have. This thing will never be able to retreat because it has a 120 top speed. Here, I think the Centurion has a place. Does it have a place in a fleet where you have a hound and a kite? And that's it? I don't think so. Because I'm just like... Remember, you know how we tried to retreat and that's how the Wayfinder exploded because I got left behind? That's sort of the issue. I'm going to get left behind and overwhelmed while my friends are dancing around doing their thing. I also don't like piloting the Centurion because it has this damper field. I think it's better in the hands of an AI pilot. I just don't like flying it. All right, that's okay. There's more stuff here. There's Volturn right next to us. They're gonna have what we're looking for. The Water World. Volturn was envisioned as a planet of agriculture and leisure to service the now annihilated capital city moon, Opus. Refugees from the Asconia crisis have swelled the population of Volturn manyfold, surpassing even the numbers of Sindria, and filling the floating arcologies, resort cruisers, and terraforming barges with makeshift housing. An economy of light industry and aquaculture prevails, many products having been derived from the processing of sea life, genetically modified to flourish in the world ocean. A Dicta garrison maintains uneasy rule over a world of stinking algae farms and floating slums, the hotbeds of resistance movements, esoteric cults, and criminal syndicates. Your fleet is granted clearance to buy the new hotness, a 4D mod brawler. Chat, we're never gonna find a ship, man! Just give me some hounds and kites, dude. I'm fine with those. Nobody's gonna buy 5D mod ships. It's so hard being a legitimate businessman in the Star Sector. Maybe that's the point. Is that by design? Okay, don't worry. Sindria is here. That's their capital. They would never sell the same filth at Sindria. That's the pride of their entire faction, man. Kruor is the stinky armpit. I mean, it just said that Volturn is stinky. They wrote it inside the text that Volturn is stinky. So I don't know if Kruor is stinkier than Volturn. All right, that's the relay. And then right down here, I'm going wide around the star to stay out of the corona. There's Syndria. This world's battered crust of cyclopean debris crisscrossed by kilometer-deep pits and chasms is bombarded with intense radiation on the day side, so habitats and industrial facilities must be built deep beneath the surface. The population of Syndria is concentrated in a handful of hive cities where living conditions for most are poor and civil law is harsh. A desperate underclass lives beneath those who are lucky enough to have found positions in the state bureaucracy or Militech incorporates. Infrastructure has never kept up with the population crisis of massive refugee immigration during the Asconia crisis, as resources have been concentrated on industry and military power. You are granted docking clearance. Show me the money. A brawler with 1D mod. That'll have to do. Degraded life support. Okay. Oh, that's actually kind of rough. Or it's going to have to do, though. Because its maximum crew is 15, and its minimum crew required is also 15. Also, I'm going to do that real quick, chat. Because we've been having some bot attacks recently, so I'm going to do follower mode for that. How did they build underground facilities if this planet or moon was like this? Because sci-fi lore, okay? Don't think about it too hard. All right, but yeah, this is gonna have to be the one. So there are ways to get around that 15 crew requirement, but if they take any hits, if they lose even one crew member, they're gonna be operating suboptimally. That's the issue, right? But again, we're a little desperate right now. So I'm gonna take it. Brawler's a good ship, though. Like, honestly, it's a pretty good one. The trick is, now we gotta find guns. And all I have is a thumper and an assault chain gun on my person. Your crew gradient idea is seeming really good. Which one? The, like, different amounts of crew affect their capabilities to some extent? Yeah, the problem is I can't have two heavy mortar things, because this is already a heavy mortar. So we got some universal hard points. We want to avoid putting point defense in there. I think this is a good opportunity to, like, usually I would go for missiles. Usually. But, unfortunately, we're just going to do some light autocannons. I'm trying to build legitimate rigs here without being tempted by the illegal purchases. To see how much more challenging that is. Not that I need more challenge. Oof, this is a combo. This is a combo. Have fun with this, by the way. I think explosive Danish should go inside this. I think it would also really benefit, like, from you as a pilot, Danish, because you've got helmsmanship, so the maneuverability and top speed helps the brawler a lot. Because the way that the brawler works is basically this. This is not going to be good for me to pilot, because I've got 3 different weapon groups, but the AI could definitely handle this. Like, it's kind of wide. It has a decent shield that covers everything except the tailpipe. Now, those wide-mounted guns, you see how they only meet in the middle at, like, that distance? So this is kind of like the optimal distance that you want to be away from your target. It also has maneuvering jets. Words are hard today, chat. So I can turn that on, and suddenly I get a short burst of extra speed and maneuverability. The reason I don't want them linked together, IMC, is flux. Because, like, watch my flux when I do a couple of thumper volleys. Right here. And then assault chain gun also builds flux real fast. So if you combine those, then it gets out of control. And if you combine that with these guns, then it's like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if... To be fair, I haven't put any points in capacitors or vents yet. To be fair. Now, we already have the 50% maneuverability. More is not bad, per se. But, I definitely want reinforced bulkheads, hull integrity up. I wonder if unstable injector is good for this, because its top speed is 115. Is that including the plus 15? I guess it is. So if I throw unstable injector on there, it'll reduce my weapon ranges, but then my speed becomes 140. That's like a 20+% top speed increase, which I feel like is pretty important for the brawler. And then we chuck in maximum vents, 5 capacitors. And then it's got, now its top speed is 190 when it's getting the 0 flux boost. And then if we use maneuvering jets, it goes up to 240 for a second. So that thing's got some speed. I'm worried about the flux generation, though. Maybe I will group those two together. Give that a try. It's just the, oh, the range. Right eye dominant at the doctor's office trying to figure out what my prescription is being changed to. So, yeah, let's just do separate weapon groups for now. This is a weird ship. And then Robot Mystic, you don't really have a good skill for the kite, but you can still do a pretty decent job flying it. And I'm in the Hound, I guess. Cool. I love when my flagship is a Hound. Let's get our ships combat ready. We're gonna need some more supplies. So let's go ahead and buy some. We're gonna need some more fuel. I'm not really concerned about optimal prices at the moment. Just need to have some things. All right. Now, where them pirates at? Let's go find some. But anyway, thanks again, Ballistic Bro, for the barrel roll sub. Automatic for coming back for 4 months, and War of the Worlds for the gift sub. Appreciate you. My stipend! Nobody's getting pinged over here. See, I want to try and take this a little more safely. Let's go in with sustained burn. Our target is where the arrows are pointing. That's the Umbra pirate level 5 military world, right? So I'm going to go over here. We might be being pursued right now. Okay, I'm gonna turn off my transponder. And kind of start slinking around here. Okay, yeah, we're getting a contact right there on the map, so just up here. They probably had track of us and then lost track of us. Now, how far away can we be seen? We currently have a sensor range of 390. The sensor range is added to another entity's sensor profile to determine the range at which you can detect it. Skills, terrain abilities, and other such modifiers apply to the combined value. And we also have a sensor profile of 390. So we can be detected and detect the same distance away. So if we can't see them, they probably can't see us, is what that means right now. Now we're gonna go dark and go slower because I can see them, but they can't see me. So that little gray circle around them, when I mouse over them, that's how far they can see. And they just got intercepted. So we definitely want to avoid Sindri and Dikta because we are flying in stealth mode right now. And we don't have our transponder on, which is a little bit illegal. This is probably not a fleet. That's a Colossus-class heavy freighter that's just floating derelict right now. With 3D mods. Fuel injectors, increased maintenance, and degraded drive field. So we're going to scrap that. And then go back into our secret little asteroid field. The asteroid field gives us a little bit more cover. Reduces the range at which stationary or slow-moving fleets can be detected by 75%. The Myriad asteroid field. Now, we also have the ability to do a active sensor burst and do like a huge regional scan. The downside is you will also show up on other people's sensors if you do that. So it's like, I'm looking for you, and I don't care if you know. Is it sort of like Space Battle Brothers? Sort of, but it's closer to Space Mountain Blade Warband, I would say. All right, a derelict lasher. Come on, big money. 1 or 0 D-mods. It's got 2 D-mods. Degraded engines and glitch sensors. It's not unusable, like, it's just the minus 18 top speed is a little whack. Are we desperate enough? Probably. It's a bit rough, but I think we're a little desperate. We don't have enough crew. But we'll salvage it for now, and then mothball it. So we're kind of towing it. We got that broken down car, and we're just towing it. But that means we're not having to put crew in it, and we don't have to invest supplies into it. But yeah, I think a free lasher's worth. We're desperate. This is a very ragtag fleet. We got to get some guns on it, and some people to man it. All right, I'm sneaking up over here toward the pirate place. I'm trying to take this seriously. We've already lost our starting ship. The Wayfinder exploded. And now I'm going to try and play as if I'm seriously playing in Iron Man mode. It's neat that you can do that. This game seems in-depth. Haven't heard of it till today. Yeah, it's not too difficult to get into, but it's got a very high skill ceiling. The combat is what most people find difficult, but there's a lot of scenarios that you can do without having to do a campaign that, like, ooh, somebody's behind me. I just saw somebody on scopes. It's just a salvage fleet. Don't think they caught a glimpse of me. Not that they would do anything about it. They're not local system authorities. See, once we leave the asteroid field, they have much larger range. Oh, they're getting interdicted. Are they interdicting? Why did they just do that? I don't know. All right, here's Umbra. Seat of the Asconian Revolutionary Council, a local faction of Antis. Conditions are unforgiving under harsh emergency regulations. Economic activity outwardly consists of mining volatiles and reprocessing tailings from abandoned core boring projects, but the Ark has also allowed what might be termed pirates to operate from Umbra due to independent traders being scared away by, quote, emergency expropriations. Small numbers of refugees came to Umbra, straining local infrastructure to join the revolution or hoping to find their way elsewhere. Now, I can actually go up there and do business with them while my transponder is off. I'm trying to look for like a pirate fleet that I would be interested in intercepting, just to do some combat, take some bad guys down. But so far, I'm only finding the jumbo fleets, man. Like these dudes. I'm gonna accidentally run into some Sindri and Dikta military down here. That's what the pink triangle is. It's Battle Brothers without the brothers and not turn-based, and also a different genre altogether. Yeah. Basically. They're just moving too fast over here because they're kind of just like leaving to go to the warp. So I don't know what I should do. I'm just going to turn my transponder back on if I do one more pass. Sort of just accumulating money on accident here. Like, what's this? Or I can just be a scummy little salvager and keep finding derelicts, such as this Cerberus, and then scrap them to pay the bills. All right, now there's some activity around here, but I'm worried it's going to be too spicy. A Colossus-class heavy freighter adrift. 2 D-mods. Compromised storage and erratic fuel injector. Scrap that whole thing and you only get 15 supplies. But we're starting to accumulate heavy machinery, which is in turn going to help us salvage better. Somebody is sort of heading this way. I'm just lurking on the periphery right now, dude. I'm just sneaking around, you know? Just being a little cheeky guy. Maybe we find something good in this wreckage. 2 D-mod kite. Faulty systems and a degraded engine. Scrap it. Oops. Okay, it took too much fuel. 2 more heavies. Somebody's flying around just below us. A derelict salvage rig. Whew, 3D mods. Okay. Pop it. I'm just a little salvager doing my little thing, you know? All right, somebody's flying away from here. Maybe we try and go get them. There's 2 fleets, though. Oh. The police are here. Everybody run. I don't want to get caught. Dude, why are you ruining my fun, Sindri and Dikta? I was just about to pounce on these dudes, and now I gotta go over here because if they see me turn my transponder on, they're gonna be like, you didn't have your transponder on.
Here at Etal Air, we'd like to thank our first-class passengers. 5 times the cost for barely any noticeable increase in quality.
All right, my transponder's on now. Who did that? Lou M, thanks for the tier 3 sub. Lou? What up? Yo, 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 what up? All right, I'm getting in on this. Who's over here? Get that guy. Look at this weakling. It's just a dram. You know what? I have a pirate vendetta. Bullying. This is part of my pirate vendetta. He's trying to flee. Space Trucker. Thanks for the tier 3 sub, Lou. Appreciate the 5 subs in one. Excuse me. Ow. Oh yeah, we have a more... I'm not going to be able to... Wait, I'm not going to be able to kill this guy by myself. How do you deploy someone from the side, dude? Left. There we go. I forgot I've only got this mortar. Ow! Which side do I have? I think it's this side. That has the gun. My left? Is it my left or my right? I don't really do a lot. Is it my left or my right? Bro, shoot him! I'm not fast enough! There we go. That's the heavy mortar. Heavy mortar when it's undefended is pretty good. This tram is kind of kicking your ass. I got there in the end, okay? We got there. But yeah, we got the alien sub in chat for over 3 years, Lou. Thanks again, dude. XP-wise, where are we at? I got 1 story point. I'm level 1. I'm going to use that story point to mentor one of you. That way you get some faster XP. Let's mentor Explosive Danish. Take this officer under your wing. Do I want them to stay steady? I think so. We do need aggressive pilots, but we'll need aggressive pilots once we have a bit of a stronger force. We don't have that strong of a force right now. So steady it is. All right, there's a lot of contacts and a lot of derelicts here. You can also, when you see a green option, it means that you might be able to use a story point. An Eagle cruiser? You might be able to use the story point to recover the ship. You hear back from your chief engineer who mumbles about being a miracle worker to someone off screen before noticing you picked up the call. Commander, looks like we might be able to pull this off, though I'll say you're not going to find what I'm going to do in any manual. And it wouldn't pass any inspection, but then again, we're not in the hegemony. It'll fly, though. 3D mods? Faulty automated systems, that means it needs a lot of crew. It's not too bad. Degraded life support, and then damaged weapon mounts. It's honestly pretty good. Damaged weapon mounts is the only bad one. That'll affect the tracking of the turrets. It's genuinely not bad. Only 100 more crew required than it can handle. Oh, I read those backwards. I just looked at the 125 and the 225, and then in my mind, I didn't look at the white text and was just like, oh, the 225 must be max crew, and the 125 must be the skeleton crew, because that just makes sense. But it's actually inverted, so it needs 100 more crew than it can actually support. Consider also it comes with weapons. Yeah, that's honestly the main reason not to scrap it, but it's a story point. So I think the story point outweighs. Goodbye. Sorry, big guy. I wouldn't actually be able to pilot you. And I am very sad. Civilian transport. Okay, we officially got too much stuff. The only things that we should be salvaging are looking to see if the ships are, you know, something that could fly, potentially. A Shrike Light Destroyer. Take a look at the report. 2D mods. Engines and power grid. I'm sorry, chat. I can't. I don't wanna. I can't. So I know I'm going over capacity, but being over capacity just uses more supplies. So if you have more, if you're going over capacity because of supplies, then the supplies will just be used. I would have taken so many ships, yeah, but I can't afford them. I can't afford any of them. They're liabilities. I'd be paying to fix them, and then they would get me overconfident, and I would end up dying. Dude, who's leaving this trail of corpses? A hound. I don't want to spend a story point on a hound. It's got flux and sensor profile issues. I'm not using a story point on a hound, sorry. Who the hell? This is why being in this flight mode. Now, could we take these guys on? Possibly. It'd be better with the lasher. So let's go fix the lasher up and get some crew. The good news is I think we'll have them because their emergency burn will die off. Yeah. All right. We're good. Let's go fix the lasher up and then go back and maybe we can fight them with that. We're currently just towing it behind us at the moment. Okay. ID is on. We're not doing anything illegal. Perfectly legitimate business people. Okay, you're unmothballed. Welcome to the fleet. So it says crew under strength because it's trying to also fill the lasher. So our current total, we need a skeleton crew of 54. We can support up to 135 individuals. So I'd say let's go a little bit above the minimum. We're paying 37 credits per unit. That's a premium. We could be buying cheaper somewhere else. But I'd say let's get about 80 crew. Be a little higher than we need to just to have a little wiggle room. And we got decent fuel. It's probably a good time to start collecting some mod specs soon as well. Alright, here she is. She comes with 2 Vulcan cannons, a light dual auto cannon. Man. Chat, what are the... Okay, the purple ones are open market. Trying to do this legit is hard, but they don't have any good stuff here anyway. I hate having this light combo here. Where you have a dual and a regular. It feels bad. Because I guess the smaller one has more range. But this one has a lot more pew-pew. 37 credits per unit, but they never get paid again. Restoring derelicts and selling them at a profit would be fun. Yeah, but you'd have to have a whole new gameplay loop for restoring other than clicking the fix button. There'd need to be some actual gameplay there. Chat, being good is hard, man. The black market's got sabos and harpoons. All I can get is a sabo double. Or annihilators. I guess annihilators are okay. It's not my first choice, but it's okay. Then we throw a Vulcan on the front, so it's got 3 Vulcans. So, autocannons on 1, annihilators on 2, Vulcans on 3 on automatic, everything linked. Cells within cells. Are you not black marketing at all? I haven't committed to it, but I'm trying it until I get annoyed. Let's put it like that. I personally think there should be more penalty to buying things off the black market. Like right now, if you just buy a bunch of stuff off the black market, and then they search you afterward, they let you go. Because you don't have any contraband. So it's weird to me that the things that you buy off the black market themselves are not contraband. And I don't know how to balance that. But I think smuggler runs are fun though. Don't get me wrong. I've just done it so much that I'm kind of seeing what it's like if you ignore that aspect. Confiscating what you bought would probably annoy people. Yeah. That's why I said I don't know how to balance it. In my opinion, you shouldn't be able to even interact with the black market unless your transponder's off. And I feel like that is the balancing factor that would make it fine. Because it would be tough as hell to get into like Jangala with your transponder off. And if you manage to do that, you should be rewarded. But right now, I feel like you can just roll up, leave your transponder on, buy a bunch of stuff, and then... Isn't there a random chance you'll suffer a reputation penalty? You will have a rep penalty, but I haven't noticed it being severe enough to scare you away from doing it. It's just like... Especially if you're doing some quests, or you're, what do you call it? If you committed to a faction. Like, you can just get your rep up pretty fast by just blowing up their enemy again. What's up, Wanyiners? I just wanted to play. Another thing I think would be fun is if your rep is... Chat, what are the benefits of high rep other than you have more ships? I'm gonna look at the wiki so I don't just completely talk out of my ass. Okay, the perks of commissions are you get an immediate rep bonus and you get a monthly stipend. But there's no other benefit to getting good or bad rep other than at negative 25 they're inhospitable, right? And negative 50 they're hostile, and negative 75 they're vengeful. But there's no benefit to having good rep other than they'll give you better ship access, right? People will write plus rep on your Steam profile. What I'm saying is, I think it would be cool if there was more benefit to having rep that wasn't also gated by being commissioned. And what I mean by that is, if I go and buy... they don't even have military ships here. It would be cool if there was more reward for being a legit business person. Like, if you're a returning customer who's been helping out this faction, getting lower taxes, for example, on transactions. But right now, I think the only benefit is you get to different levels and different military ships can be available to you. You kind of, I guess you're just supposed to smuggle. It seems like you're supposed to, I would say. All right, we're here for this dude. But yeah, like, do more business and then taxes go down, or you get access to, like, upper echelons of goods. I'm just like a divergent path. Like, the black market just always has other stuff, right? It just always has more and other stuff. It'd be cool if you got to a certain reputation level, there was also a similar opening on the market for, like you go to the high rollers tables, because you did enough business with them, like a business rep, you know? Like you spent 2 million credits here, so you've got access to like the big business guy section of the market. It's a game tip that says you can only make a profit through smuggling. Yeah, I feel like you're supposed to. That's the military market? Yeah, but that's like, has nothing to do with business. That just has to do with your rep. I'm talking about like money perks. I'm just saying I think it would be fun, chat. That's all I'm saying. Okay. What else is gonna happen to this guy? Is he gonna get a pilot? We need to check for a pilot at this station. Put a different way, the black market has both the best things and the least amount of money that you have to spend. And to me, that's backwards. The black market advantage should be you don't have to pay taxes, not that you also have the coolest stuff. Like it's double loaded. I feel like the legit business should have cooler stuff, but make you pay more because they're heavily taxed. And that should be the trade-off. Yeah, I'm talking less about profiting via trade. I'm talking about like the actual interaction with the market. Because black market always seems to have the best stuff and the cheapest prices, so it's just a no-brainer. With very little downside. Okay. I don't know, dude. What do we need to compensate for on this guy? How's his build looking? Where are your demods? Degraded engines, right? So top speed is reduced. So I think that for us, we're gonna need unstable injector and take the plus 25 combat speed to try to make up for the degraded engines. My engines are already partially busted. Let's make them unstable. There is a downside to selling on the black market, but it's not immediately obvious. I'm not talking about just selling, number one. I'm talking about buying. I'm talking about things that are available to the player to purchase. That's what we're primarily talking about. And second of all, I don't think that it's a big deal to sell blueprints on the black market. Like, it honestly has never affected any of my campaigns in meaningful ways, because if you don't have Nexarellan, then they can't lose territory, so there's no actual long-term downsides. In vanilla. They'll be slightly stronger if you encounter them. But nothing actually like changes. Still a really cool feature though. For those who don't know what I'm talking about, if you sell blueprints and stuff to factions, they can start using those to print ships with those blueprints. If they're able to, yeah. I guess reinforced bulkheads is just my mainstay. It's like picking HP on everybody. And then we have 16 points left. That'll be 10 in vents and 6 in capacitors. I always prioritize vents over capacitors, personally. I need to repair this, though. All right, that costs 21 supplies. That's why it looked so dinged up. Now it looks a little more respectable. A little less waiting to explode. I got 89 supplies. All right, we're good. We're good. So this is what it's going to look like when it flies. Not super fast. 166. That's our anti-shield. Then we have double rocket launchers. And then point defense. Very close range point defense, so it can't really even start shooting and acquiring the target until it's like right on top of us. That's the risk. Okay, but we have something to poke shields down now. And we need somebody to sit in there. Oh, I need to check the station for an officer available for a hire. Allison Maroy? Marus? I'm gonna rename you, it doesn't matter. They're level 2 and they're aggressive. Combat endurance and polarized armor. Plus 60-second peak operating time. Plus 15% combat readiness. And then polarized armor is some damage reduction from armor calculations. And they take less EMP damage. Let's go. 4,000 credit hiring bonus and 1,300 a month. They're starting to have to pay more money, but that's your Battle Brothers similarity right there. Okay, and we're gonna put the aggressive pilot. I don't know. The Lasher might get blown up. Put them in the kite. Okay, I need to name this character. So, how am I gonna name this character? The first person in chat. Who can tell me? I don't know. That's a good question. How do? Me. Me. Okay. We'll do it differently. I will take the first person in chat who is nominated by chat. It has to be someone other than you. You can't vote for yourself. You have to tag them. So I know that they're here. Chat said Kyoko and then Mary Skipper. I assume you mean Kyoko Get Down was nominated. All right, that was not the first one that was tagged, but it was the first person you guys were talking about. Kyoko Get Down. Get Down is your last name. Aggressive pilot inside the kite. Good luck to you. All right, let's go find some trouble. We've got a 4-ship fleet now after losing our starting ship in a tragic accident. I was trying to keep the spirit of the selection alive. Because I made up the parameters after chat already started suggesting names. Okay. Where is... Oh, they're still way up there. I wish it... Does it tell you how much longer you're going to get the monthly sum? Okay, we need to take an indirect route. Let's turn sustain burn off. Transponder off. That way the pirates don't just spring for me. And I'm going to go dark. Try to sneak up on them. You know, I want more information. I don't want to just fly into Umbra, their little homeworld, and then, you know, it's too late. Like, these could be big dudes. The more triangles there are, usually the larger the force. So to me, that's like a... That's too big. They're not necessarily pirates, but they could be. Someone was here, and now there's nothing there. That was a ghost signature. It's the tooltip in command, then income. $31 months on the tooltip. It's a long time. But I'm starting to spend more on my fleet upkeep because I gotta pay my officers. Hey, where are the pirate fleets that I'm capable of fighting? Am I still in the Hound? Yeah. My flagship is a Hound. Great. Now, do I have to fight right now? Not really. I just wanna. It's a good way to get XP. What did I use a story point on? Oh, mentoring. Mentoring. One of you. Hello? Pirates? Sometimes they hang out around the jump point instead. So we can go check the jump point. But then again, so do the system police. And outrunning the system police is a difficult exercise sometimes. I see a ship that just came through. So therefore, there's probably no pirates here. Chat, where are the pirates when I actually... Ooh, someone's here. Who dis? A derelict. 2 demod kite. Too slow. Bad sensors. Who else is here? Evidence of battles past. Oof. There's like 5 demods. Well, we've got a collection of like 27 heavy machinery from doing this, so that's pretty good, actually. Nobody's home, chat. So sad. Are you min-maxing or role-playing? Role-playing, I'd say. But also, min-maxing is in the eye of the beholder. Roll-maxing. I'm being a little sneaky salvager right now, just kind of chilling. Alright. Where are the pirates at? Min-maxing in character. I got my ID off. Look, guys, I'm just a little pirate like you. Oh, I think the Sindri and Dikta are looking for me right now. And that is a fleet that doesn't know that they want to kill me yet. 2 condors. Uh-oh, they know. But good luck finding me. I led the Sindri and Dikta up here. Oh yeah, Tauruses, my bad. I accidentally led the cops up here. Defending Umbra. Man, I want to fight one of these dudes, but a Shrike, 2 hounds, and the other... That's a lot of demods, though. And then the guys behind them. Did they destroy the police? Uh-oh. We might have a problem in a second, chat. Ooh, hold. Time to salvage what's left. We might be able to take the front group, but not the back group. Certainly not combined. Easy. Stay outside the little circles. The problem with staying outside the circles is if they decide to do like a detection pulse then I'm screwed. They're gonna find me. Like if they decide to do a sensor burst, it's time to run. Luckily, we're a pretty small fleet, so we're only using 0.5 supplies per day, so just wandering around like this might feel like a waste of time, but it's not too bad. Alright, where'd that fleet go? I want to fight somebody, man. Uh-oh. I don't know if I can get away from this one. How come I can't see them anymore? I guess because I'm on Go Dark, so I'd have to get right next to them to be able to see them. So I'm gonna hit that sustained burn. And kind of see who's chasing me. Chat, what do you think? Do you think we can handle a Shrike right now? With 5D mods on it? Two hounds, and whatever the hell the second one is. It's a little spooky. Alright, as long as they're the only ones chasing me. Let's go. That Shrike shouldn't even be able to fly. That's very true, yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna have the kite. I am the hound. Kite go with the brawler. And then we just kind of chill with these dudes. See, that's the dude that's a little scary to me. Now, we could take out the hounds. And then we start focus firing on everybody else. See, like, I gotta trust in my boys. Oh, we're trading. We both got light mortars, chat. How we doing? They're not singling us out, are they? All right, we need to have like an eliminate order on this hound. Because he's caught out. Gotta stop getting hit by the easy ones. Get him! Get him! Get him! Hell yeah. All right, that's a good start. Now we just rebound. Kite, relax a little bit, bro. Got another one. What does this dude do? Woo! Big shot. All right. I gotta go fast, chat. I am the hound. They hit me with lasers! I can't even get in there! All right, I say eliminate this dude next. I'm helping. All right, and then we just put a regular engage order, so it's undue danger on this guy. I can't really go in because I don't even have a shield. With our powers combined. See, I need to get on the other side of him, though, and stay out of his range. Get him, dude. Got a flame out. Trying to poke some mortar shots back in there. The missile volley too with the friendly fire on the shields, but it was blocked, so it's all good. Skillfully done. That was a Hellbore mud skipper. That's what that was. Yeah, nice. Good fight. And I got a story point. Gained 22,000 XP. Whew. Alright, you guys are level 1. Good, good, good. Nice fight. We gotta complete repairs, and we need to get combat readiness back up. That just takes some time. Sindri and Dikta's looking for me. In that area. They're to my south. Well, they're below me. And to the east. So I'm just gonna go dark and hide back up here. It's a little easier to go signature off while hunting these pirates, because Umbra is like much further away from Sindrian space. See, I want to go in and see who these guys are. So I kind of have to like let them know that I'm here. And then spool up, right? So they try and chase. And then try and convince them to come all the way out by themselves so I can kind of reveal who they are. But he didn't bite. They might be on like a defend order. We're going fishing. I ain't strong enough to just be bold. See, because I'm never going to handle 2 fleets. See if anybody takes the bait. Somebody took the bait. Oh, and they peeled off. Huh. What's best, vanilla or mods? I mean, mods are great, but since the game just updated, the mods that I usually play with aren't updated yet. So I'm playing vanilla. So it kind of depends on what mods you like to play with. Because there are a lot of really good mods out there. Joe Knows Nothing said, yo, for 27 months. What up? What up, dude? Oh, dude, chat. Joe? Joe, you almost got me caught, bro. I almost walked right into those dudes. I almost got interdicted. Blaming Joe. Classic Joe. Joe, how could you, dude? I mean, I got 81 grand. I should probably go up the size of my fleet. I don't like upgrading the size of my fleet too quickly, you know? I like getting a new ship, seeing how it affects the fleet comp, and then upgrading if it works out. You know what I'm saying? Ooh, I had visual on them for a second right there, and then I lost. That is a larger fleet. There's basically a mod for everything at this point. Everything that you could possibly want. Uh-oh. They found me. That's a sensor burst right there. Is this a spooky fleet, or could I probably take these guys? They'd be kind of annoying. Well, it's the second fleet behind them that's really annoying. I don't think they're gonna chase. All right, I'm turning my transponder on. I'm gonna head back to Sindria because we got a lot of money. We're just right at that threshold of can't really fight those fights. Wow, that is a cool looking ship. Chat, when was the Executor added to the game? point last patch. Okay, yeah, it looks new. It looks pretty sick. 2 large missile, 2 large energy, 2 medium hybrid, 4 medium energy, 4 small energy, 4 ballistic. It's very hybrid. That's cool. I like that one a lot. Yeah, I saw the 1D mod Sunder. Sunders, I'm a little on the fence with. I don't like Sunders when they are the backbone of the fleet because they're quite fragile. But as a supplemental ship, I think they're really good. I don't know if I like the Sunder as the only destroyer in the fleet. Because we have to be kind of elastic right now. We have like a Hound, a Kite. We don't really hold the line. And I think a Sunder is kind of slow and high tech. And if you have to abandon it to retreat, you kind of leave it high and dry. If you just don't... Because we've been sort of like dividing and conquering the other fleets with speed. Sunders are okay. They don't excite me, though. Also, skeleton crew required is more than the maximum crew supports. So, that's a very unfortunate demod. we would not be able to staff it. So there's more reason not to get it, probably. But it is probably a good time to start getting some better frigates and our first destroyer. But not... Who is boosting, dude? You're not e-burning me, are you? Stay out of the asteroid field and the corona. I'm going all the way around. Somebody's chilling down there. I don't want to go investigate yet. We need to get, like, maybe one more ship. Be it a frigate or a destroyer. One more. What's up, Gamer Deathbot? Already, dude? How? Okay, that's Volturn. And then up here is the other one, right? Kruer, the rocky, unstable Sindrian Dicta world. All right, show me what you got. A brawler with 1D mod. Degraded life support. That was, I think that was the one that we passed. Did I pass on that one? They just can't take any crew damage. I say we take it. I think 2 brawlers, even though they have a little bit of fragility. Oh, I should have been checking the other spots for officers. That's my bad. We still got, what, 2 officers so far? I guess we only hired 1. Oh, man. Staying off... Well, even if you don't stay off the black market, we've only got heavy mortars here. Ba-bam. Ba-bam. This ship sucks. Alright, reinforced bulkheads and unstable injector. It's going to have no range on it, but it's going to be fast and durable. That is a trade-off I'm willing to make. And I'd love to have a pilot for this thing. It's just unique. Yeah, it's just unique. It still gives us a lot to play with. Just the extra brawler. Alright, I'm looking for an officer. Not finding one. I doubt there's one at Syndra, because we just checked all these places, I think. Alright, let's look for some trouble. Somebody was popping up down here. We got multiple contacts. Which may be just random neutrals. Oh, this is an independent world. Oh yeah, I didn't stop here. It is an independent world. Okay. Since the crisis, Nortia's mining and refining centers have grown sprawling, tumorous rock foam suburbs. Here, following mining tunnels beneath the surface. There, bubbling up comms arrays, solar collectors, and pressure domes. Civil governance is carried out in the form of an uneasy agreement between the underground Charterist resistance forces, who are organized in a dual military hierarchy cell structure, backing an above-ground cartel of independent smugglers pretending to be a legitimate government, which even boasts something resembling a hegemony diplomatic presence. Your fleet is cleared. Well, what do you guys sell? I would love a vigilance right now if they didn't have 5 D mods each. Oh, officers. They have a mercenary officer. That's not quite what I'm looking for. Oh, they're like level 5. $20,000 credit hiring and 5K per month. Yeah, I don't think so. I ain't gonna be able to afford that for long. Ooh, interesting. This is interesting. What do we take the medium mounts and rock arbalest autocannons instead? That's anti-shield. And then I need some more missile racks. I'm trying not to buy stuff off the black market. We're gonna have to settle with Harpoon MRM doubles. It's so sad. I would even accept, honestly, Annihilator rocket pods are better than that. Okay, we lose some capacitors, but I don't think it matters. Okay, so we can poke shields like this. It doesn't seem like much, but they're medium, so they're gonna be doing some pretty decent pokes. And then missile spray when their shields come down. Ixion OST, I can maybe try it out. I'm enjoying this one right now though. I keep finding new stuff in the same places I used to skip. Yeah, there's a lot of like side story content now. I literally just spilled coffee. I don't know. On my face. And my chair. Just dump it. Bathe in it. Take a coffee shower. What's good about Nex? What I like about Nexarellan is the more sandboxy, unpredictable elements it adds, where the campaigns feel more unique because your available starting stations and planets are different. The trade routes are different, so you can't memorize the trade routes. You have to figure them out again from scratch. And I think that the factions fighting each other is cool, but is not the main thing that I like about it. I think that I do like that as a feature. There's more war, and they can expand and diminish. So I think that that is fun. But I think that randomizing the game map is my favorite aspect of it. And I think the story is written well, but much like X4, you really only need to experience the story once. So Nex lets you kind of carve it out once you've enjoyed it, which fast tracks a lot of things. Okay, let's try this comp. Back to Umbra. We got a 5-ship fleet again. 2 brawlers. They got problems, but damn it, they're ours. So definitely feeling a little more potent now. All right, we got some contacts all over the place up here. Mule class combat freighter, don't mind if I do. I'm gonna go dark. Well, maybe not go dark. Ooh, too many demods. All right, scrap it. Who is this? Could be another derelict. A wolf? I'd love to add a good wolf. It's not a good wolf. Each of those orange notches is an extra negative modifier. Take your weapons, though. Sindri and Dicta's scanning over here. There's some scrap. Next to Umbra. Getting a little too close for comfort. 1% scavenging effectiveness. Uh-oh. Chat. What's my maximum burn? They're gonna catch me, bro. Theirs is 19 and mine is 18. Why are you chasing me instead of the literal pirates? All right, here's the goal. Yeah, give him the slip. Give him the slip. Go darken the asteroid field and take a hard left. Easy. And now we just keep moving. Listen, I'm not doing anything illegal, sir. I'm neither smuggling, nor pirating. In fact, I'm hunting the pirates. So I have to just simply turn off my transponder to hunt them more effectively. That's all I'm doing. Dude wants me to broadcast my location to the pirates. All right, what are you nerds doing over here? Dying, I guess. Another derelict. It's kind of all they're doing, it feels like. Where are the bad guys? Where? Oh, oh. Who is this? Yeah, you're the one I want. Get that guy. Okay, a hound, a shepherd. Your ass is mine. Are they retreating? I think they're retreating. Deploy left, deploy right. I gotta deploy, and the kite. It's only gonna cost, listen, I wanna make sure we kill them. I don't care if it costs 15 supplies. Deploys? Supplies? Chat, words are hard today, okay? I'll do whatever it takes to exterminate these rodents. Ow. My booster's out. My thruster. I'm spinning. Ow! Bro, back off. My gun shoots slower than yours, dude. I love how the kite is holding his own, though. An AI-piloted hound is almost always gonna win against me, so I gotta be real careful here. All right, you gotta eliminate that guy. All right, and then eliminate this guy. Yeah, I've got a new respect for the kites after this. Easy, lad. Easy. Don't worry, don't worry. You've got a faster gun than me, that's true. But backup is almost here. In theory, I think. Why is everyone else just, like, taking the waypoints? Oof. Nice shot. There's my brawler. That's why I pay you the big bucks. He's doing a little dance on him. All right, starting to get a nice little collection of extra weapons here. That's what I'm here to do. Get some experience, get some combat, get some action. Was there not somebody else right here? I thought there was somebody else right here. I see orange. Hegemony is in space? Okay, we could go do a mission instead of just wandering around here, because I think there's just nobody else around. So, I am going to dodge the police. Ooh, barely dodged the police. We're gonna go over here a nice distance away from the cops and turn our transponder on. All right, they better not be chasing me. I don't think they're chasing me. They just happen to be going the same direction. Wait, I can't go do my mission until we acquire a fuel tanker. So we can just buy one of those on the way. I think our objective is like southwest, quote unquote. Let's go down here to Tritachyon space. Transponder off while we're cruising through hyperspace here. And I think we've got to go recover. Who is that? Big fleet. Too spoopy. All right, this system looks cool. All right, Tritachyon, I hope you got something good for me. And then I think I've already got a Galatian Academy quest. So we've already got an objective. Got somewhere to go. Ackerman Enterprise Station. Gleaming transports bring Titac executives here to swindle metals and raw chemicals from the locals who receive in turn the usual suite of recreational and performance-enhancing medicines. The Tritachian quality guarantee is law here. So long as you ensure prompt subscription payments on the gadgets, goods, tools, and life support provided by the Tritachian Corp, you can count on receiving top treatment the Tritachian way. Thanks. They sound like bros. The Tritachians sound like big bros. An Omen with 1D mod? Compromised hull? Just don't die. I don't think the Omen is a hull tank anyway. The Omen is rarely deployed due to the cost associated with maintaining such a technologically advanced ship. Oh yeah, it's 6 supplies a month. Its excellent shields and EMP emitter it carries make a perfect escort for larger ships. Generates lightning arcs that quickly knock out enemy missiles, weapons, and engines within range. 6 supplies a month is kind of a lot. The Omen is kind of cool, though. I think this is our chance to get a salvage rig and a dram. They happen to have both. And I'm about to go out, so we'll just have to leave that for now. I wish it showed supplies per day. Yeah. You just have to guess, because... Yeah, those are 2 different numbers. You can do more info, though, maybe? I guess not. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I do have enough money for a buffalo as well. How good are the benefits of having a salvage rig in the fleet? I think that they're quite good. You get a 25% more raw materials. It's also especially good if you're about to go exploring. Just getting more supplies seems like it's always worth that upfront investment of having like 20 crew. Maximum crew 20. I mean 2. Why does it say 2? Oh, because we don't have enough crew for the ships? Oh. I have so much fun flying the Omen. It's a cool ship, yeah. I like it. I just gotta get some, we gotta get some logistics, because we gotta go out, you know? We gotta be able to carry the gas to take us from A to B and back safely. So that's where the dram comes in. This is our fuel tanker. It's gonna hold... how much gas? 300 fuel capacity. Yeah, we only had 110 before. So having a full dedicated ship just to carry in the fuel's huge. And then the salvage rig is gonna boost our gantry. It's gonna get a resource recovery bonus of 25%. So if you were gonna get 100 supplies, you get 125 instead, just for having this little dude in your fleet. And then if you have 2, you're going to get 44% more supplies when you salvage stuff. And that's pretty much everything you can salvage. Abandoned stations, derelicts, hulks, and other such, it says. But it doesn't include blueprints and rare materials. This is like your baseline. This is your fleet sustenance. So it's really, really good. And it doesn't need any guns because it should never fight. So it's a liability if you need to retreat. Because if you retreat, it's going to have to fly the gauntlet through all the bad guys and not get blown up, which is tough. So it comes with civilian-grade hull, which is bad. Increases our sensor profile by 100%, so we're much easier to detect. So we have to negate that by throwing on militarized subsystems. Remove the penalties from a civilian-grade hull and increase your maximum burn level by 1. So your fleet goes as slowly as your slowest ship. So its burn level was 8, now it's 9. And then, was there anything else that I was putting efficiency on this, but we don't have efficiency on this playthrough yet. So I don't think it really needs anything else. I think that's good. And then the dram can have some basic weapons. This is for emergency use only. So I'll throw a couple of point defense on it. And usually I would throw in a anti-fighter, but we don't have one. So just gonna leave that blank. It's also got a civilian grade hull and a max burn of 9, which is good. But the sensor profile is bad, so... This increases the crew required. So its max crew is 10, and its skeleton is 10. Which shouldn't be a problem for these ships that never see combat. This one's max crew is 2, skeleton crew required is 40. I don't really understand how that works. I don't know if that number is written down correctly. I don't really need to worry about ordnance. How long since the last update? Yesterday. Or the day before yesterday. Sorry. That's why we're playing. Let's fix our ships. Oh, I need to buy some people. Let me rephrase that. I need to hire some willing crew members and workers who are going to be gainfully employed on my ship. We need a minimum of 119 crew for ship ops, so that's about 40 extra people. And we don't want to have the minimum. We want to have more. So I'm actually going to go closer to the max, like 150. Hello, Arch! Dude, what up, man? Thanks for 39. How's it been 39 months already? That's crazy. Where's our objective? Way down there. Way down there. This is the whole universe as we know it, and it's on the edge. Oh, chat, my fuel range, dude. I didn't buy any fuel. That's important. We do need fuel. And I'm gonna almost max this out as well. There's 250 fuel. Now let me check the map again. All right, we can go there and back as long as it's in the dark orange. Forgot to fill I bought the tank and the tank is just empty. Oops. My bad. Will they have health insurance? Their health insurance is, technically, I pay for all of their injuries, so yes, I think. They don't have to pay for anything else, but they have to willingly die for the cause, so that's what I expect back from them. What's up, Mad Dog Mac? Thank you for jumping back in again for almost 3 years. And Arch also, hope you're having a good one, dude. Passing through. Arch, have you ever played Star Sector? Out of curiosity? I feel like you've got a good quantity of indie games under your belt. This might be one of them. I have not. I have only watched you make a mess of things. I mean, play it. But listen, what do you mean make a mess? I'm just getting hit by hyperspace storms, okay? I can't control the weather. One of your ships has taken damage and combat readiness has been reduced. Storm strikes can often knock you off course or give you a super speed boost. I will simply dodge. Chad, I only brought 29 supplies. Hopefully that's okay. We don't need any. I gotta turn my transponder off, man. They're gonna catch us. I don't know who they is, but they're gonna catch us. My indie games tend to be more fantasy, less sci-fi. Someone is actually chasing us right now. Unbelievably. Okay, we just need to go. I can't go slow through this. Oh my god, dude. I'm getting stung by the storm. Your fleet is running low on supplies. You don't say. You will start to lose combat readiness over time. After more than a couple days without supply, that's the biggest solar storm. Like, the storm is massive, dude. Acquire more supplies as quickly as possible. Shh. Look at this thing. Shh. Don't worry about that. Chat, we need to take this next time, dude. Look at all these little space highways. It's okay, it's okay. We're gonna go in here. I don't know what system this is, but there's definitely gonna be some... That's a Griffin-class missile crew. Who are you guys? I don't think I want to know. You know, I don't think I want to know. Get in! Get in! All right, let's try one system over. Let's go hide in this system. Okay, it's fine. We just have to find salvage. I have 0 supplies, and we just have to find some salvage. Before we die. Just a few. We're not dead. Come on. What system is this? Chat, we're in the wrong system. Nothing's here, dude. We got problems. We got some problems. Okay, the salvage rig, ironically, is gonna have accidents unless we do something. So I gotta mothball it. Chat, it's gonna be fine. The crew is starving to death. We still have fuel, though. Look, we're like right there. We're like right here, man. Carcara. Why are you here, dude? Who lives here, man? I found something. That's what we're looking for. A derelict mule-class combat freighter adrift. That's our quest. Okay, now we do a cheeky little unmothball the salvage ship. And then before it has time to have an accident, we can use it to salvage and get salvage to repair. You know what I mean? Crew are eating each other right now. As you approach the derelict, your sensors officer points out signs that you're not the first to visit. Outgassing and debris around the target's hull match the profile of a recent salvage operation. More like a smash and grab, growls your ops chief. Whoever got here first was not a professional, judging by the slipshod breaching cuts and tangle of discarded equipment. You send out a salvage team, and they perform a sweep with cautious efficiency. Your mission target is missing, but they do find something unexpected. A leaky suit crudely bolted to a bulkhead, occupant unconscious, the victim of some punishment evidently. They're cut free and then placed in a quarantine bulkhead while a medic attempts to revive them. The victim is thankful and eager to talk, and definitely a pirate. You watch through a holo feed as a story comes out about being left behind due to a perceived transgression which, quote, the others got talking and decided just because they didn't like me much that I was the one to blame. I didn't do a thing to deserve it. All of your questions are answered at the cost of only breathable air, a hot meal, and a bulb of spirits. It becomes clear that these pirates knew something special was on the derelict and came here looking for it. They were also caching supplies nearby, so it's likely they'll head there before trying to sell the treasure. If your fleet travels at high speed, you could catch the pirates before they get away. Dude, did you see how big that fleet was? I'm not gonna be able to fight them. All that remains is what to be done with the unfortunate pirate who seems grateful and claims to have been wronged. But is any pirate out here really innocent? Could they be a security risk? Pirates can't be trusted. Return them to the leaky ship. Give them a chance to prove themselves. +1 crew. +1 crew. Hello, RNROS says, love Star Sector so much, we'll have to give it a go soon. Yeah, for sure. Highly worth. Thanks for coming back for 17 months, and Mad Dog Mac for almost 3 years. What up? Chad, don't I have a vendetta against pirates in this campaign because they blew up my flagship? Pirates can't be trusted. Return them to the leaky ship. And then I'm gonna salvage it out from under him. I got what I needed out of that guy. You joined the wrong crew. 3D mods? Alright, we need to scrap it anyway. Those 8 supplies are precious, dude. Rip that guy. I gave him a hot meal. It was a fair trade. Ooh, a 1D mod. Structural damage is not bad, because you don't... Well, it's a combat freighter. 13... Yeah, I need supplies so much that I just have to scrap this. Also, we're not getting the 25% bonus for salvaging, because our salvage rig's combat readiness is too low, I think. Now, here's the problem. There's an enemy fleet here. And if I pulse to try to find stuff that I can salvage, do you see the issue? I gotta do it, though. All right, there's a lot going on here, man. Now they're looking for me. Another mule? We will subsist on mules alone! Your salvage crews find a single occupied sleeper pod running on backup power. The thawing process completes and the pod opens. It contains an experienced officer who joins you out of gratitude. Level 5 Officer Varuna Williams. What the hell? And I can possibly get some salvage. Level 5 is gonna be god tier for this fleet. We have level 1s. 3, dude. 3 supplies, man. We are supply thirsty. Alright, let me see what their skills are. Combat endurance plus 60-second peak operating time. Max combat readiness 15%. Impact mitigation is minus 25% armor damage taken and minus 50% weapon and engine damage taken to like the weapon mounts and the tailpipe. Field modulation. Minus 15% damage taken by shields, and lower flux generated by phase cloak. Target analysis is plus damage to cruisers and capital ships, and missile spec is twice as many missiles available. 2,500 monthly salary, but they're max level, man. And they're steady. Okay, we'll put you in the brawler for now. Chat, somebody's somebody's coming. Get over here. Hey, where you going? Hey. Chat, it's a neutral prospector. Do I eat them? Does that declares war on all the neutrals, doesn't it? That declares on the entire faction, doesn't it? There's so much stuff here, man, but I don't have any supplies. A champion class heavy cruiser, derelict. While making prelim assessment, your salvage crews find a single occupied sleeper pod running on backup power. Level 5 Lieutenant Zarin Rollins has joined the fleet. Another experienced officers. Two in a row. Oh my god, it's a 1D mod champion heavy escort cruiser, degraded engines. I can't. What am I supposed to do with this? I don't have any supplies! It's a scam to drain your bank account before you die. I understand you can mothball it, but I have 0 supplies. I could eat it. We're gonna start having accidents soon. Imagine going exploring with no supplies. I had supplies, but then I had an issue where I found the biggest randomly generated storm in the entire overworld map. What do you call it? The interstellar map, whatever, the sector map. And so I either had to go super slow across the entire galaxy or go fast and take all the damage. It was a gigantic storm, yeah. I mean, this thing is insane. Chat, can you scrap a ship? Look, okay, let me rephrase. If I scrap it now versus scrap it later, does the quantity of supplies that you are scrapping change? Like, do you get more if you scrap it here versus in the menu? I bet nobody knows, because that's a weird question. I don't have any story points. Do I? Yeah, I do. It'd be embarrassing to use a story point to recover this. And then scrap it immediately. Accident report. We lost 5 crew, which doesn't make any sense because the salvage rig only has a max crew of 2. So how did 5 people die on a ship with only 2 crew, bro? Explain yourself. Oh god, dude, readiness is bad. Colossus class heavy freighter is just floating out here, derelict. Come on, this is the juice. Your salvage crews find a partially accessible data core that contains hyperspace topography data. It's well out of date, but it makes it particularly valuable in extrapolating current trends. Salvage it. Only 7 supplies on that entire ship? Are you serious, dude? We don't need food. I don't need food, dude. That's why they left it there. We got problems, chat. A scrap field. Debris field. 29% effectiveness. You lost 5 heavy machinery in an accident. Only 6? What is going on in this sector, man? There's nothing here. What is that? A Dram class tanker. 2 crumbs! Breadcrumbs! All right, come on. A cargo manifest is found by the salvage crew searching through the debris, indicating the presence of a quantity of harvested organs, likely to be found if salvage operations are conducted. 2 more heavy machinery exploded while trying to salvage this. 14. 7. I don't want the harvested organs. Uh-oh. What did you find? A orbital habitat and a debris field. What? An abandoned orbital habitat. A cursory scan indicates it has been cold and dead for tens of cycles at the very least, possibly hundreds. May yield salvage. Cool art. This might be our miracle. While making a prelim assessment, your salvage crews find a single occupied sleeper pod still running on backup power. Lieutenant Ketsia 3 level 5 has joined your fleet. 3 level 5 officers in a row in the same system? What's happening here? We won't want for officers for the rest of the campaign, I guess. They join you out of gratitude for being rescued. I swear it's like that with the new update. Is this just a thing with the new update? Okay, I can't get my 125% from the salvage rig is like at 0% combat readiness. 3 other officers went to this system and ran out of supplies. You will be the 4th. Omega lol. Oh, we got some juice. Chat, how about a hegemony auxiliary blueprint package? Buffalo class freighter, wolf, kite, hound. So if you're new to Star Sector, blueprints basically mean that in the future, if you ever colonize your own colony and create your own shipworks, you can start producing your own ships if you have the blueprints for them. Star Sector's entire lore is about how DRM caused the collapse of civilization as we know it, which I think is partially part of the reason why they don't put their game on Steam or any other platform. DRM is the end of civilization in this timeline. It's deeper than that, but it also is exactly that. Like that's I think accurate lore. I'm not really mincing. Not words are hard right now, but I think I have it accurately. Yeah, they said it's going to be on Steam when they think it's done. The trick is they're never going to think it's done. So when you find a blueprint package like this, it's basically like not a forbidden, but like a lost treasure. I think it has a little bit in common with like Warhammer 40k tech, where like, chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's sort of like the technology that built their warp gates is protected by DRM that no one can crack, therefore they can't build more, kind of a situation. Like everything is locked down, and these stray blueprints are kind of like the keys. Anyway, those 46 supplies are going to get burned in no time. But you can actually sell the blueprint packages to other factions, and then those factions will learn to make those exact ships, which is kind of crazy. So if I sold this to Tritachyon, they might start using some kites and hounds and wolves in their fleet. Or actually, can they already make some of those ships? They probably can make some of them. I don't know. Whatever. You know what I mean. Okay, I'm scared to do too much more pinging because I saw a potentially rogue fleet around here near this sensor array. But I found another debris field. More food. Are we saved? We got 72 supplies now. I don't know who's here, but they're in a spooky fleet. They might just be chilling. Oh, no, they're pursuing your fleet. They are chilling, but also they're not chilling. They're kind of just defending that gate. A transmitter inside the debris sends out an encrypted broadwave signal. Whatever destination it's meant for has to be nearby. It's probably pinging the dudes who we just saw chasing us. So I'm gonna get out of there. Okay, we have minus 12 supplies per day, but we have a net positive quantity of them for now. I think I know what needs to be done, chat. Cerberus combat freighter. We're just gonna pick it apart. Well, what needs to be done is we need to bring this dude back in. We need to bring our salvage rig back online. The ship's memory banks are partially accessible, and the data points to the existence of a desert world with a low hazard rating in the heart of the Mance star system. Here's my question. Where is that the derelict? I feel like we've already gotten the debris down here. And I'm going in circles, possibly. Am I going in a circle? Yeah, there's cargo pods. All right, let's go pick up that ship that we're gonna mothball. The big one, the cool one. Now I gotta put myself kind of in harm's way here. That champion class cruiser, just go in. I gotta use a story point to recover it. This thing would be sick though if we got it operational. All right, story point. Do we have to pay upfront supplies? Or are these supplies that you have to pay over time? It just says 7 needed for ongoing repairs and 116 over time. How do you earn story points? Basically, you get 4 per level, so every quarter of a level, you get a story point. And then once you hit level cap, you continue to earn story points. All right, just do it. Mothball it immediately. So we're not using anything on it. And we gotta get out of the dang corona. Also, we got all these sick new generals that I'm just having to pay monthly now. Robot Mystic, Explosive Danish, and Kyoko, you guys are getting replaced! Because I found these 3 nerds. Maximum level 5. And you can spend a story point to retrain them. I'm gonna need to name these after chat members. Who gets to fly the Giga ship? Nobody right now. That's just gonna be Toad. Alright, we need to get out of here. And the safest place to get out of here is, unfortunately, the one that's a little further away to dodge the Omega fleet that was defending that jump point. Okay, we have 1 point. Wait, who's this? Who is this? A fast little mosquito, dude. I can't get that guy. He's too nimble. Gotcha. 2 wayfinders, a hound, and a dram. Yeah. Time for me to pick on you a little bit. All right, it's gonna be an actual fight. If this is gonna be an actual fight, then we should probably take it seriously. Though we could probably beat them if we just leave. One of our brawlers. We should be able to take them with just 4. Okay, so we got. I think we need to eliminate the hounds first, because he's gonna be picking on me. So I'm gonna focus on this dude. Oof. He do be spitting though. He do be spitting. He's a fast boy. We gotta kind of like surround them. Too fast, too quick. Hounds are scary, man, just because of this. I'm kind of over-committing to these guys. All right, maybe we just focus on the other dudes. Disengage. Ow, stop that. The computer's more accurate than me, bro. But the Wayfinders are definitely the weak spot for them. All right, fine. I'm bringing in reinforcements because this is stupid. Give me the other brawler. I'm a little worried for the Lasher right here. Yo, Lasher, give me some space, dude. Why is this one hound? He's got a level 3 pilot in it. That's why. The level 3 pilot is crazy. I believe in the brawler. I do believe in the brawler. Nice little flank. Thumper, man. Yeah, the Thumper went crazy. All right. I don't know if we got the other Wayfinder or not. That might be everybody. Well, I just bought this. Have fun, SCP. Don't worry. The combat's really hard at first. You got to do the tutorials and then practice. It's a hard game. It's like Battle Brothers hard. So I'd recommend playing on easy at first, too. All right, the Dram got away. I think we should pursue them. Because realistically, I should be able to do it by myself. Maybe might get some extra fuel from this. Best tip I have is the shift key. Yeah, I'm basically constantly holding the shift key while I'm flying. What is that missile? Oh, they've got a shield? I don't know why I didn't realize that, because I'm not going to be able to poke through this stupid shield. They're going to be going a lot more slowly now. Pew, 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 pew. Uh-oh. Get him. I'm in a hound. I dodge missiles. That's what I do. It's a hound with unreliable subsystems. Peak performance down 36. That's not the worst. Do we want another hound? We just don't have that many supplies. I live here now. I'm king of the elevators. Shift is turned toward cursor. Yep. Yeah, that one's really good. I'm gonna recover it and scrap the rest. Lots of little guns. I leveled up. We dinged. Kaz Bordrick. And we've also got a new ship. We got
This
extra
is the gift
pilots.
of
Trial.
This thing doesn't even have a gun. And to be honest, I can't really afford to repair it right now. Because the drain on our supplies is pretty bad. Okay. Put all the level 5 captains in the house. It's honestly not a bad plan. Chat, it's been 4 hours. I haven't stood up yet, but we got a cool fleet, and we just picked up a potential new flagship, which I'm very excited about. That has a Locust SRM attached to the front, a bunch of turrets. We're gonna probably have to put this into storage until we get we need at least a destroyer or two in our little hound fleet. But we've got our new prize. So I need to name some pilots. While I'm gone, if you do keyword etal pump it while I am away. I will pick out of those who have pumped it. I'll be back in just a few minutes after I take the dog outside, take a quick bathroom break, and get a drink. And a little snack. And then our quest continues. I already think this campaign is going better than the one from a couple days ago. It just feels, there's like, you know, it has a different feel to it. But we gotta find a different system to stay alive after this because we need more supplies. I'll be RB. Yo. What's up? Okay. We got some pilots to name. So let's name them. Starting with Trombone Ninja. Trombone Ninja is our level 5. You're kind of just assigned to the brawler, but you may or may not be the best person for the job. We're about to like swap everybody up, you know what I mean? Because we got 2 new pilots, and I don't even know what they do yet. They seem to be laser, like energy focused, but we'll kind of like check their credentials once we name them. Undecided Potate is the second. Welcome aboard. You're also level 5. And then Chemo 313. You already actually had the last name 3, so we're just going to keep that since it's actually a number in your name. So there you go. Coincidence? Maybe. You be the judge. Got some green tea. Steady, steady, steady. It's like you guys are all steady, except Kyoko, who's aggressive. And the aggressive kite has actually been working. All right, what do you guys do? Chemo 3 has point defense. Their piloted ship does 50% bonus damage to fighters and missiles. Cool. Gunnery implants, plus 100% target leading accuracy for auto fire weapons, and plus 15% ballistic and energy weapon range, minus a quarter recoil. Energy weapons deal bonus damage up close. Dude, this is a point defense person. Like, if you just put them on a point defense boat, they would shred. Huge damage to fighters, missiles. Targeting and accuracy is like up for the automatic firing point defense. And they deal, like, energy point defense will deal more damage at close range, so it would blow up the missile warheads or the fighters faster. Plus 1.5 flux dissipation per ordnance point spent on weapons. So some flux management. And then maximum armor, so like some armor bonuses based on their flux level. I don't know how to value polarized armor, but you guys are actually really similar, like Undecided Potate, because you have ordnance, energy weapon, and gunnery, but then you have impact mitigation for just less armor damage taken and more peak operating time. So you're good in like a tech ship with that peak operating. Actually, all 3 of you have peak operating time. So I'd say instead of me piloting the Hound, that should be one of our level 5s with impact mitigation. The shield thing doesn't really help at all. Missiles doesn't really help at all. The energy weapon one is useless, but all the other ones are good. Because, like, weapon range is good. Armor damage is good. Peak operating time and combat readiness is fine. But yeah, I'm just going to put Undecided Potate in the Hound. The Lasher does technically have missiles, though it's dumb. We only have dumbfire missiles right now. So Trombone Ninja, you're gonna go in the Lasher with your missile spec. I think is beneficial. Taking less shield damage is beneficial. Less armor damage is beneficial. Peak operating time is beneficial. So that's a good. Now, once our stipend of monthly income runs out, we are gonna have to pay some bills. That's what I'm worried about. Like, we're gonna be paying 8 grand a month for officers because we just found all these level 5s. So for now, we're able to offset it with the Galatia Academy stipend, but that is going to dry up in 25 months, which is not a lot of time. And then I would say the Brawler here is probably a good candidate. Again, we don't have that many energy weapons at all, so we're just not going to be able to take advantage of energy weapon mastery. But like polarized armor, this is like point defense. I don't really have anybody that is point defense. What am I going to pilot? It's a good. Oh, I'm piloting the mothballed ship. I guess we can start repairing it. Nah, it's got too many ordnance points left. What am I gonna pilot? I could pilot the other Brawler. AI fleet. I get the salvage ship. True. But yeah, I don't know, because who's in this right now? It's just Helmsmanship. Helmsmanship's pretty good, though. Maneuverability and top speed for Brawler is good. So maybe that's fine. And then Robot Mystic has Energy Weapon Mastery, so you're not really doing much, Robot Mystic. I'm sorry. So yeah, put the level 5, other level 5 in the Brawler. Robot Mystic, you're on the sideline for now, but so am I, actually. Me too. And then we just have the kites. Which I could fly. Though I don't think I'd be very good at it. Just the AI fleet. Okay, well, let's just leave it like that for now. So, we're gonna... We need to get out of here. We only have 40 supplies, and they're rapidly draining. So we're gonna try and go jump to hyperspace. We don't have a ton of fuel. Well, actually, we do have good fuel, because we just salvaged a bunch, and we're on the fringe of civilization. Now, we just simply do not have enough supplies to make it home. So... I'm trying to remember what happened. Didn't we go into Mance and get chased off by crazy fleets? And then I went to Gamma Brigador and there was nothing there, and then we went here. So I think we should say screw that and just go to, like, try and make it to Hadou. Turn sustained burn on. We're burning 5.4 supplies per day, so we're not on empty yet. Oh, God. This is rough, man. I think it's better if we just go slow through this, even though it's taking longer, to try to avoid lightning strikes on the fleet. How am I gonna avoid this, though? It's like a superhighway ushering us to a completely different... Oh, it's right in the way. It's like a space highway, just gonna push us down into Svaron, which I guess is fine? Also, what's up, recent subs? I appreciate each one of you. Zavininator, thanks for gifting a sub to Smilk and giving them the alley-oop to return for 66 months. Welcome back, Smilk. Also, Cap420 supporting the stream with the Pump It sub for over 2 years. Thanks for dropping your prime here. For you and Snorble says, I am so late. You are. I hope you're having a nice Saturday and weekend, though. And Neroxen, what's up? Thanks for almost 3 years. 35 months is a long time. Thanks for supporting the stream. All right, let's head in. Entering a slipstream, a flow in hyperspace akin to currents navigated by ancient seafarers back on Earth. Most slipstreams are temporary, and in recent memory, their ebb and flow has been unusually synchronized with the standard domain cycle. Fleets traveling inside a slipstream use 50% less fuel for the same distance covered. In addition, traveling at burn levels above 20 is even more fuel efficient. For example, a fleet traveling at a burn of 40 will consume half as much fuel for the distance it covers. These fuel use reductions are not reflected by the range indicator on the map. So I say we just write it out, because it's not costing us much. And it's going to put us right next to some other systems that we can go explore anyway. Warning beacon, danger high. Where, here? How do you know where the warning beacon is? Oh, it's here. Is warning a fully autonomous warning beacon contains a solid-state power system which enables theoretical operation and station-keeping half-life with an upward range in the hundreds of thousands of cycles. Well, okay, let's try going past that one then. There's the beacon itself. We're almost out of supplies, but not yet. We're going to Weaver. New planet data. It's a cool looking planet. A lot of stuff up there by that other jump gate. Could be alive, could not be alive. Getting some hyperspace topography for scanning stuff as well. All right, what's up here? Well, well, well. If it isn't our first redacted, guarding a Fury-class light cruiser and a Mudskipper civilian transport. A redacted design remnant. A remnant of the autonomous AI fleets developed by the Tritakian Corporation, illegal under domain and hegemony law, and an abomination to the Church of Galactic Redemption. The first AI war saw these creations purged from the sector. At least, that's how the official history tells it. Oops, I was gonna fight that. Get back here. I will take you out. Wait, I'm not piloting anything, am I? One Lasher and one Brawler should really be enough, but just because the Kite is only 2 supplies, I'm gonna do the Kite as well. Let's follow the Brawler. So we have a hotkey F. So chat, I'm not flying this, but we got camera. We got the camera. I'm watching from the bridge. Oops. I wish that the camera would remember my position, though. Putting some heat, getting toasty in there. Good job, gang. Relationship with Remnant reduced by 3. I don't think it was that good to begin with. Alright, nothing coming up on scopes except a couple of derelicts that we already knew about right here. So let's go check them out. There's actually a lot of derelicts. This is like an old gate that used to be like a war zone because there's just debris all around it, and the gate itself is not operational. Also, importantly, we have the salvaging rig up now, so we're getting that extra 25% resource recovery effectiveness due to Fury. With 2 D-mods? The unfortunate... We don't want to lose flux on this one. Scrap it. We need supplies anyways, that's why we're here. Little mud skipper that we're just gonna shred. A Hammerhead class destroyer. With 1 D-mod. Erratic fuel injector. Fuel per light year? That's not bad. It's fully operational, except it just needs a little extra gas. while you're flying around. That's not bad at all. Every other combat stat is, I think, nominal. That's pretty tasty, yeah. A midline destroyer from the golden age of the domain, the Hammerhead is respected for its staying power in battle, as well as its ballistic capabilities. Yeah, this is new flagship material, if we can get it up. I gotta use a story point to get it, but you know what? Story points, what did I say, chat, are here to be spent, right? I think that's a pretty good one. We get bonus XP anyway. So whenever you spend a story point, you get a chunk of bonus XP. So we got enough bonus XP to earn another one. Cruise under strength, so we got to mothball that as well. So we're towing a Hammerhead and a champion. Some fleet upgrades are in tow right now. And that is a Vanguard class heavy frigate sitting here. That also only has one DMod, erratic fuel injector. An ancient and tough heavy frigate featuring a robust construction, a combat burn drive, and no modern shields. Instead, the Vanguard is equipped with an integrated damper field of archaic design tuned to modern standards, allowing the Vanguard to allocate 100% of flux buildup to its weapon systems, leaving defense to its heavy armor enhanced by the obscure physics of resonant field dampening. Its special ability is Damper Field, briefly activate an energy field that mitigates incoming damage at the cost of disabling weapons and shields. Also has a burn drive, a massive speed boost at the expense of being unable to turn or use shields. Collisions can cause a flame out while the system is active. It has 3 small composite and 5 small ballistic turrets. This thing, for a frigate, has a lot of mounts. I've never actually used one of these before. I'm tempted. But we only have 26 supplies available, chat. I spent a story point on it. Okay, we're just spending all of our story points now. Mothball it. The fleet grows in number. Also, we got a debris field here. 78% effectiveness. We need more people. Let's try and salvage what debris is here around the field. All right. 24 supplies rewarded. Not bad. Is there more? We can go check it out. Oops, I didn't mean to fly through there quite so fast. Looking for signs of activity that we haven't already investigated. The problem is we can't really afford to spend too much time here. Because the more time we spend, the faster we run out of the supplies that we just picked up. So, I say we just do one final ping. Nothing? All right, let's go. And let's hit the neighbor system. It's protected by, there's like the gap in the highway right there. Beta Zara. Ooh, Remnant. That's how you know that we're getting further away. We're a little ungainly, aren't we? Open a comm link. SID IFF is not received. Target hostile. Respond null. Greetings from Tritachyon Integrated Space Defense System. Unit My Serial. This unit has not cleared. Interrupt. Query. You are not the maker. Scanning. You are not. Where is Omega? Entity hostile. The comm link dies. Your comms officer panics for a moment before the console reboots itself. You exchange a look and then proceed. Look at that face. That's a cool PFP. I got jump scared by the gas giant because I thought you flew into the sun. Not exactly. All right, what is this? A standard drone ship? 4 small synergy mounts. Okay, I think it's the same one that we did last time. I'm just trying not to get overconfident here. Let's send the lasher. The kite. Honestly, I think the kite and the brawler should be enough together, right? Who's piloting this, though? Is this a level 1? All right, get in there, brawler. I'm not piloting, by the way. All right, kite, back it up, dude. Kite, back it up, bro. He's... Am I gonna be punished? Punished because of greed? Aggressive kite. Oh yeah, that is an aggressive pilot, huh? Aggressive kite moments look like this, chat. Brawler, you have mobility jets, bro. Use them. I mean, sending a hound in was not... All right, you know what? We're gonna send more. I don't trust them, dude. I believe, Brawler, you gotta put some pressure on, dude. You can take your shields down to go faster. Go get him. Why are you backing up from a little missile? Why are you retreating? It's like, oh my god, that missile is gonna hit my shields. I put a level 5 pilot inside the Hound, and they're still gonna get hit by every missile. One just donked off their hull, though. Bro, Hound, you're not trading there. Chat, this is why the AI is good, but it helps to be a human in the fight as well. I mean, the Remnant ship itself is pretty, you know, like, the Remnant ship is not to be trifled with willy-nilly. That's why I sent more than was necessary to make sure we didn't lose a ship here. I got a story point back. They're Remnant ships for a reason, you know? Now, I may have spent more supplies than I'm actually gonna get from here, and then we're in trouble. I'm hoping to find a little bit of legitimate salvage, but nothing's coming up on scopes. So far, anyway. Alright, we gotta get out of here. Nothing's here. I'll do like one scan just to check. All right. We shouldn't have stopped here, but it was a risk I was willing to take. Level up? I got a story point. I need to do my skill point still from previous. But I don't know what to put it on. Because I guess normally I would do navigation. Minus 30% terrain movement penalty from all applicable terrain plus 1 max burn level. Increase the bonus of the sustained burn by 1. And you can transverse jump. Yeah. Yeah, I think I should do navigation again. The terrain movement penalty applies to your whole fleet, so this is like a fleet-wide buff. And the plus 1 burn is nice. Going down there is kind of not good. So we're going to go up here. We dodge the place that has the warning beacon. And we can try one more pit stop to top off our supplies before we make the return journey back. I don't know if it's worth, chat. And if nothing comes up on the immediate scopes, that's kind of a drive. That's going to be a few days. And there could be stuff around the local stars or in the asteroid fields, but I think if nothing comes up on the first ping, just head home. Even if we have to limp home. All right, we got to limp back to like Eos. Through this storm. I'm gonna try and like go east as far as I can. I'm gonna, you know, east in space. And then we're just gonna have to crawl because I think the damage was too much, but I only have 22 supplies. Okay, maybe we found a gap. Oh, dude. Where is this even going? Just in my way. Just in my way. Alright, cut through to the other side. Sustained burn back on. We've only got 44 fuel, dude. Yo, who's this? I can't even, why can't I see them? From that distance? Why is our sensor range so bad? Ghosts? Your fleet is running low on fuel. They're gonna catch me. Go! Ghosts. All right, I hope this place is chill. A derelict spore ship station. Sensor ghosts, man, they just got us. All right, we're out of fuel. This is an unsurveyed system with so many planets. We're gonna run out of supplies soon too, dude. This is our home now. I can't find anything. We're so close too. Like, look, we're literally one system away. All right, yep. Let's turn on the distress beacons. I don't think I have a choice. May be used by a stranded fleet to punch a distress signal through to hyperspace, asking nearby fleets to bring aid in fuel and supplies. Help may take days to arrive, if it arrives at all, and taking advantage of it will result in a progressively higher reduction in standing with the responders. By long-standing convention, the fleet in distress is expected to meet any responders at the innermost jump point inside of a star system. The signal is non-directional and carries no data, and is therefore not useful calling for help in a tactical situation. I assume that's the innermost jump point. Do you have to keep it? Oh, someone's here. Dude, the Syndrian Dicta. I forgot to turn my transponder on, though. The Syndrian Dicta fleet assumes a neutral posture. It's aware of your identity due to your fleet's transponder being turned on. Accept the comms request. Must be a relief we showed instead of some pirates, eh? Now, what was it you needed? We'll be grateful for anything you can spare. We'll be grateful, happy to help a stranded spacer. Do not try to make a habit of getting in trouble, though. Gained 111 fuel and 21 supplies. 20k, man, just to try to lose no rep. I'm getting ripped off for 20,000 credits. Take it. That goes a long way to offset our costs. I mean, they did drive all the way out here. You gotta pay the Uber Eats delivery driver. Okay, chat, we're saved. We're saved. There might be stuff in here, but I can't afford to stick around to find out. Tipping is getting out of control. Yeah. Okay, here's what I want to know. How much is fuel? Okay, we can't tell yet. We need to get closer so we can have, like... There we go. Connected back up to the grid. We didn't have Wi-Fi. So the cheapest fuel to buy isn't even close. .3 light years. Basically, like, Thule is the best place to get supplies. Okay. Honestly, Syndria is a pretty good place to get supplies. In Asconia. But I think we just gotta take what we can get here. Lytic Church is fine, right? They're chill. Yeah. Alright, we're in Lytic Church space now. What do they got? They get to be the green team. Dude, the Retribution Battle Cruiser. That's got to be pretty new. I never seen that before. It looks sick. Don't forget, we picked up some friends. We got this dude, and we got this dude, and we got this dude. But we only have 28,000 bucks, unfortunately. So, we gotta figure out how to make some money. Because what sucks is we didn't get what we were supposed to get. It was in Beta Theros. We had to kill the pirates to get it, and I don't think seller 20k blueprint. Ah, I hate selling blueprints though. Being able to make buffaloes and wolves are not bad. Does it matter if we sell to the Lytic Church? Because they kind of already have hegemony designs, don't they? I don't know if they can make those things. I'd probably rather sell them back to the hegemony. Just to keep my save intact for now. All right, let's just buy some stuff. 97 per unit. Whew. Let's just buy enough to keep us afloat until we can get somewhere where this is cheaper, and then we can pinch some pennies. All right, 80 fuel, 37 supplies ought to be honestly enough to get us where we're going. So, Thule is the cheapest available supplies anywhere. But not fuel's not that bad anyway. Let's just go to Thule. Kazaran of the Persian League. Oh, we don't have enough fuel to get there. Okay, I need to buy much more fuel than that. I forgot we were carrying more stuff now. Wait, I didn't actually confirm the purchase. I knew that. I knew that. Still don't have enough fuel. Okay, now we got enough fuel. I'm out. Sindri and Deke the best faction? Because they're who we bought a bunch of our ships from, and they're the ones that came to rescue us? True. Dude, the storms here are kind of crazy. The number of ships. By the way, if you're new to Star Sector, the ships that you see moving around aren't just for show. They're actually doing stuff. So if there is like a caravan of goods traders and they get intercepted by a different faction or pirates, those goods never actually reach their destination, and therefore their destination becomes starved of those resources, and prices go up as a result of the lack of supply. And ditto, if you, for example, oversupply a place, you're driving demand down. And so you're not going to be able to make a consistent amount of money if you only buy and sell one different good. But yeah, it's got a lot of cool economic gameplay like that. Oh, we're way over here. Way over here. Selling supplies during shortages is how you plan for retirement. All right, we came here for cheap supplies. I'd love to start salvaging supplies, but they've been at a premium recently. And if we get enough, I only have 22K, so we're not going to be able to get that much. But yeah, these are 76 per unit. The cheapest that we know of in civilized space. I'm just going to go ahead and sell these heavy armaments. This isn't the ideal place to sell them, but I only have 9 anyway. We can clean a little bit more of this up, maybe. I like having a collection of stuff. Light mortar, though, is bad. Light assault gun, who cares? A single torpedo. 2 mining lasers. The other stuff could be usable. Cause the shortage, then sell at a higher price. Yes. Now you're starting to think. We're gonna need some cargo haulers as well. All right, I'm just gonna buy a slew of supplies. So we have more than we need. At least 100 fuel. Now, this ship has to stay mothballed. I would love to get the destroyer operational, though. But at the bare minimum, we should get the other Hound. And work our way up, you know. All right. You look rough. Let's fix you up first. 7 supplies. What do we got? Yeah, it was a little. It was a little crispy. Extra fried. So we got one hound that's got a heavy mortar. It's not very great, but the assault chain gun's 450 range scares me. All right, two with heavy mortars. And then I think I have a light dual machine gun on the back. I don't really want ox thrusters on this, I don't think. I'd much rather have reinforced bulkheads. It doesn't have a shield, so 40% extra hull integrity seems important. And then I've also enjoyed unstable injector, just giving it more top speed at the expense of range. I think that just hounds having speed is very important to their survivability. Dual machine gun on automatic. Oh, it has fewer, only has 38. So it has a few unreliable subsystems, I guess. Does unreliable subsystems reduce the number of points that you get to allocate? It just says peak operating time and increases the rate at which combat readiness degrades. Yours is hegemony spec. Oh, yeah, they're different colors. Okay. Yeah. That makes sense. So this one has, like, rugged construction and armored weapon mounts, whereas this one has shielded cargo holds. So it doesn't have the armored weapon mounts. So the other one's better. Yeah, and this one gets 3. Yeah. Okay, I gotcha. So this one just kind of sucks. That's why I'm flying it, I guess. Now, we might be able to get this dude operational. But he's got a weird complement of weapons. That I'm not sure if I like. Like, I don't even know what to put on this thing. Nothing right now. I'm gonna leave it alone. Baby steps. I need to figure out how to make some money. We only got 9,700 bucks. What do? Should I just go down to the bar? There's 3,000. Our monthly income has dwindled. Hello, Kazaron. The Persian League world of Kazaron always pays its dues in warships and highly trained officers to command them. Kazaron has a rich tradition of industry and military production, which makes it the crux of Persian League power. Your fleet is cleared. Let's go to the bar. You take a shuttle down to the main concourse and quickly find a likely-looking establishment. As you enter the bar, you sense a lively tension between the crews from across League worlds. Dour Kazaronians in fine uniforms drink spirits, while proud but poor Mayasurans down pints of rice beer. A crew of Tylians trade rounds and boasts with a couple of Zaganian bridge officers who are making a poor example of Luddic temperance. Glowing displays show media feeds from all the worlds of the League, and their speakers contribute to a dull roar of human white noise. A disheveled woman in academic uniform is bothering some of the better-dressed spacers with a glowing tripod. At the end of the bar, a rakish man is met by a variety of low-life characters who scurry away again almost immediately, giving orders, perhaps. Alright, let's see the tripod. She turns out to be a scientist, maybe a scientist, and is delighted to have someone finally listen to her story. You set your face to a practiced, stern but receptive look as you hear her pitch through to the end. The data doesn't lie, she cries again and again, though you can't make sense of the arcane tables scrolling on her greasy tripad. There's an enormous stock of unrecovered domain-era technology in the system. No one else can see it. All I ask, you retrieve for me the AI core hidden in the midst of the trove. That I get to keep. I'll tell you exactly where to look if you agree to my terms. Accept and promise to ship the AI core to the given address in a specially shielded crate. All right. A technology cache. Let's find out what the dude who's barking orders wants. The man watches you approach. You want in on the business? That right? He says, amused by your audacity. Let me give you a job so easy that any rat-addled spacer could manage it. But, he shrugs regretfully, it's a real shame how many of them just can't follow instructions and end up getting tossed out an airlock. He laughs like this is a good joke. Deliver the item to the specified location in the Nix system, 18 light years away. He flips a tripod out of his coat. The display shows a rad-shielded Salver's tripod. This is it. The reward is 78,000 credits. Don't be seen making the drop, and don't tell anyone about it. Well, I was doing a legitimate no contraband run, but I have to get some money, chat. Nobody's paying me. Listen, if I don't know what's in the package, it could be legal. It could be perfectly legal. I also accept this one. I only have 120 days to complete it. Wait, I didn't think about that. The tech cache is however long it takes. This is 120 days. And it's a little closer than the previous. Oh, he's like an actual pirate. Oh, well that makes it a little less ambiguous as to what I'm doing. This is bad RP. Second question, can I just steal his stuff? All right, 250 fuel, 150 supplies. What if I just abandoned your mission? I don't need to do that for you. What are you gonna do? Give me worse rep? It's been less than a day. You can abandon this with no penalty. Well, it's easy. There you go. It's easy, chat. Just know that the developers got your back. Bonk. I could just do a random quest. Like, I don't have to get one from the bar. What do you guys sell? Nothing I'm interested in. Did I say yes? I meant no. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. You get a one day grace period. At the bar, a shady woman bothers disinterested starship captains with an off-brand datapad. Find out what she wants. The woman leaves her current prospect mid-pitch, shifting her attention to you. You there, Captain. Yes, you know an honest face when you see one. She gives a crooked smile. Just look here. She shoves the flickering display of the datapad into your hands. A cargo manifest consisting mostly of low-grade construction materials stored in a warehouse in a completely different system. She leans in and speaks quietly, motioning as if explaining the datapad's contents. You helped me move 49 units of recreational drugs to Fikenhild. A quick hop of 2 light years away. I pay 38,000 credits. No need to involve the authorities. Tempting, but no. Also, these missions are deceptively hard anyways. All right, what does the tattooed rough dude want? You prove worth speaking to by partaking in a round of Atmo drops, a drink based largely on consuming eye-watering liquor as quickly as possible. With the mercenary band, they're drunk for sure, but are composed enough to speak around the precise detail of why they're being investigated by local authorities. After a couple of the mercs head up to order a round of orbital bombardments, their leader pulls you aside and sketches out a proposal. We got 30 suits. We fight in VAC or black. I'll give you our contract for 4,200 credits, and that's giving it away. Put us to work or sell it off elsewhere. Doesn't matter to me. If you get us out of this fix, what do you say? So it's like 30 mercenaries, 30 Marines. It's probably a good deal, but I don't really need that right now. I don't have any money, man. I'm trying to make money, not spend it. Walk over to the shadowy booth to join the woman with perfect posture. Although without insignia or uniform, you instantly tag the woman as military. It's the boots. They can never give up mil-spec boots. Captain Kaz Bordrick, she says, you are known to my organization as a capable and discreet operative. I am authorized to propose a simple mission for you to carry out. Payment consists of 59,000 credits upon completion. As for the operation, she continues as if briefing a cadet, enter standard orbit of Madeira in the tile system. Then deploy the spy satellite package. It is critical that no patrols be tracking your fleet at this stage. Once deployed, the spy sat has stealth capabilities which make detection unlikely. Simple, of course, my organization could not risk carrying out the mission with flagged vessels, and that's why we've come to you. These are tough. Also, it sounds illegal. I'm leaving. All right, I'm just gonna take one of these missions. We got a lot to choose from. There are some that are just not at the bars, like analyze a derelict. Okay, that one. This one is in a pirate system, or no, the pirates posted the mission. $80,000, 80,000 credits to go all the way out there. It's so far. It's so far, dude. Even if I had a full tank of gas, I don't think I could make it. We're already at half a tank of gas. No good bounties? I don't find that there's really ever good bounties. Like, Thule has a reward per frigate. Maybe we can find just some dudes over here for a bit and just get into some smaller scale fights. Bonk. Bare minimum. Do some salvage ops. It ain't much, but it's honest work. It is giving us XP. I'm not even in the asteroid field, man. How are you gonna bonk me all the way out there? The hitbox on that asteroid field is massive. That looked like a big fleet, though. I don't think so, you big nerd. Yeah, those fleets are a little too much for us. Just a little too much. Okay, bonk. Bonk. Dude, the hitboxes are huge. Somebody is southwest. We should be getting some nice maneuverability bonuses from sustained burn now. Who, dude? Where are these Omega fleets coming from, man? We can almost take them on. They just have numbers. They have numbers on us. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 frigates. We're outnumbered by like 50% there. How are they so fast suddenly? I don't know how they almost caught me there. Yeah, if we could just get like the hammerhead combat ready, we'd be able to do it. We're chilling out here. We're just kind of hemorrhaging supplies. All right, I'm turning transponder off. We're gonna try and do this smart. Hide inside Garmin's ring, the asteroid belt here. Oh, they've already got local system authorities beat us to the punch. They're attacking the station itself. They're currently fighting the full-on orbital station. My transponder is off. That's why I just commentated I'm turning my transponder off. But I don't know what that has to do with speed. It's got nothing to do with speed. I think that's probably the same fleet that was just chasing us a minute ago. Oops. Bro, they just got obliterated, bro. Don't mind if I help myself to some of the table scraps. Yeah. Don't mind if I do take an Annihilator rocket pod, heavy autocannon, hammer torpedoes, and all of this stuff. A derelict brawler? Not anymore. We can just salvage the area around this. There's a hound here too. That's one way to get fuel. I love the early game in Star Sector. It's fun once you... Okay, my early game is having 2 awful ships. Once you get a fleet of like 5 or so ships, that part of the early game is fun, yeah. I don't think I want to get involved in this battle. Because I'm going to end up getting blown up by the station. There's a vigilance here. Not worth taking. I think I enjoy the loot box of trying to find good derelicts. Sometimes I like to start with just a shuttle. Yeah, that's probably my ideal way to do it as well. It's just, what do you do from there? The problem is I like too many things. I like starting with no ship, and I also, or like 1 frigate, but I also hate the stipend. And if you take the stipend out, then starting with just 1 ship or a shuttle becomes literally impossible to do anything. I guess you can just salvage other ships and then sell your way up. But that gets tricky. Is this not what we just got done salvaging? It is, but I thought there was another thing there. Okay, the battle has to be over by now, right? Okay, we actually have a full inventory. 200 supplies. The Persian League is like, I'm done. They destroyed the station and it's undergoing repairs. And I can just take whatever they drop from that battle. I know we have too many supplies, but do you just use more supplies until you've used them all? What is... who's... Oh yeah, gotcha. 3 kites and a wayfarer. That's my target. Star Sector is just a big game of fishy, dude. Okay, so what I say, 3 kites. Let's not take this on the chin. Let's get everybody in there and get some XP. Put the kite with the lower level brawler. Alright, I gotta be careful because I don't have a shield. Oh, that guy's out of position. I'd say eliminate him first. Oh yeah, this guy's super flanked. Good teamwork. Good teamwork. Oh, I didn't even see this guy. On the brink of death. Where are you going? I think I need an eliminate order. He's trying to retreat. So I just have to keep harassing. And hope somebody else shows up, because this is all I can do. He might escape. Trust in the PDCs. Yeah! Got there in the end. He almost made it to the edge of the map. He was right on it. Alright, I'm gonna angle down. And then see what these dudes are doing. This level 5 hound is struggling right now. It's like a wayfarer, dude. Literally just don't get hit. That's all you gotta do. Dude, its hull points are like 10. I love the, like, rocket barrages just flying. Watch it! That I saw one of those rockets just bounce off of the hull of a friendly. Easy, guys. Easy. Both versions of the easy, you know? Almost enough bonus XP to level up again? I don't like the debt payment from the Starfarer mode. I might just turn the stipend off sometimes. It's really hard. Like, it's not balanced to be played without the stipend. Because you have to pay your officers, so you're just hemorrhaging money, and you honestly can't make money very fast in the early game in Star Sector, so... I suppose you can still sell cargo as a shuttle? Yeah, I guess so. Also, Closet, if I missed you earlier, thanks for 32 months. What up, Closet? And then, did I miss Blue Adder and Neuroxen as well? I think I may have got Neuroxen. Thanks for almost 3 years. Because that rings a bell. And then Blue Adder, thanks for 59 months as sub. Also, good evening, Closet. We're trying to find... Who is this? One single buffalo. That's actually kind of annoying. This dude is armed with 3 salamanders and a swarmer. It's kind of obnoxious. Maybe like both hounds and the kite. Oh, I should have deployed from the side. Well, he's gonna be slow anyway. Ow. Ow. Get him, boys. I bonked the rock. My thrusters. My gun's offline, chat. Turn it back on, dude. My somebody turn my gun off. Nice job, PDCs. Oh, PDC, turn around! Just watching that missile barrel toward me at a high speed. Now, was it worth it? I don't know. Maybe not. But it made me feel good. And we're gaining XPs. And we're getting, it does count for the bounty, so that's pretty cool. Pursuing your fleet? That's a lot of ships, dude. Hey, look who I caught. We're getting paid for these. We're hunting. All right, deploy from the left. Deploy from the wait. Deploy from the right. You deploy from the left. You deploy from the right. All right, we got to get these dudes. Where's my... did I not deploy my own ship? I guess I didn't deploy my ship. I could have sworn I deployed somebody from the south. Okay, well instead we're just gonna observe. We outnumber them 2-1. You guys just need to be brave. And not let them escape. Good volley. That was a really good volley. I love just watching all the like missiles and projectiles float around. They're like, we gotta exterminate every last one of these drones. Like shooting fish in a barrel. Alright, and then this is gonna be an eliminate order. Don't let them cap the point. There are little points that you can cap that give you various bonuses. This one happens to be a sensor jammer. Bro, you're getting taken to school. Hound, back up! Dude! It's like in Rocket League when two cars like collide and you guys are just accelerating into each other. You've overcommitted. And that you didn't deserve to win either. Like, he has 1 HP. 2 crew died because of that. That's a steady pilot, by the way. I know I did give an eliminate order, but come on. That's the eliminate order's problem, I guess. 2 people died for that maneuver. And the supply drain. All right, we're hiding by the Persian League because this larger fleet is threatening. Yeah, you don't like that, do you? You don't like the big Persian fleet that I'm hiding under, huh? We're just on the cusp of being able to take this on. What is stopping you from bringing the Hammerhead online? Well, until a second ago, I only had 6,000 credits. So I just earned 20,000 bucks doing some pirate hunting over here because they have a system bounty. I gotta be able to pay upkeep. Have some commitment, Persian League. Go get those guys. Also, how am I hitting asteroids all the way out there? See, I could go get them, but then I'm afraid you're not going to be close enough to back me up because I don't know how the reinforce range works. Like, the second I get close to them, the Persian League's going to be like, actually... Oh, they just straight up caught them somehow. Well, there you go, then. Music? Oh no, this is still music. Okay. This is still the same soundtrack. I'm just getting overly nervous. All music is DMCA-able now. Nothing is safe. See, now I have money. The problem is, we also don't have weapons. So, not having weapons is an issue as well. I think we could... Oh, that's the cruiser, sorry. But still. This has got 1 hypervelocity and 1 heavy mauler. I don't know what they have for sale here, but it's not really anything good. So yeah, weapon availability is a little scarce right now. I'd say let's get the, oh, we could just siphon hypervelocity off of this. That's actually a pretty good idea. And then you could just do boom, boom. But we don't have anything to be a finisher. Nothing to be a finisher. Best in slot? Bro. Are you gonna say that there is a best in slot in the game Starfarer? Which if you've played for more than 5 hours, you would know that each ship has at least 3 configurations that are extremely viable depending on what you want to use it for. Best in slot, my ass. Hello all, what's this game about? It is Mount and Blade in space with explosions and spaceship sandbox.
What is Starfarer? What is Starfarer?
Okay, so I like the double light needler on this thing. Anti-shield, good range. Nice anti-shield capabilities. But I need something to actually do damage to armor and hull. And that's where I'm struggling. We don't really have much. To the point where I'd rather go check a different base. Kind of into space games since I learned about Freelancer. This game is like 2D Freelancer, but you are also the captain of a fleet and you have to manage the fleet itself. Also, why would you be just learning about Freelancer in 2024? Out of curiosity.
What's Freelancer? What is the Freelancer?
These, dude, all the weapons they have suck. Okay, let's go somewhere else. We've been here for too long. Let's go to Western Essie. They got 3 stations. They might have something for us. If you like Freelancer, you might like Everspace. I don't know, Everspace never really appealed to me, so I never played it. But I love Freelancer, though. They're a time traveler. They just learned about Freelancer, and that's their point of reference, technologically speaking. Hello, fellow kids moment. This game is Sid Meier's Pirates in space. A, I don't know about that. B, Sid Meier's Pirates is in space. Because the Earth is in space. All right, what do you guys got for sale? Nothing. They got black market. Apparently you can only buy Harpoon MRMs off the black market. It's too difficult to be a legitimate business person in this game. Whatever. I don't need them anyway. And then I'll throw some Vulcans. You just wait until I find some legitimate anti-armored weapons. I guess while we're here, we should at least see what they've got for sale. Nothing. Okay, again. I'm going to different stations and looking at their selection of weapons, and it seems like it's always the same right now. Yeah, they don't have any good ships for sale either. This place sucks. We probably only got like a year left on our stipend also, so that's about to dry up, and then what? Then what? Show me something good. No, these are all the same. You guys get the same stuff from... They have almost the exact same ships and the exact same inventory. It's weird. How goes the Q run? We're doing good. We're gonna try and get some mothballed ships operational. I'm starting with this frigate that I think is gonna be pretty sick. And then we have a destroyer, and then we have a cruiser. But I'm having trouble finding basic armaments for them. Okay, on the one hand, I don't really like torpedoes. On the other hand, I will concede that this has 3 mounts, and I can put in an officer who has missile specialization. So, I can see that maybe in the hands of Trombone Ninja, with bonus damage to cruisers and capitals, good shields, good armor, peak operating time bonus, and the missile racks. I think I can see that I think this has some potential. So the Needlers need to be on the first weapon group. Hammers on the second. Definitely not linked. And Vulcan's automatic on the back. Okay. I'm looking for a soundtrack. There we go. Found what I'm looking for. Oh wait, you need to be repaired. Gotta fix you up first and unmothball you. So, this ship's special ability is the damper field and the burn drive, which is pretty cool. I need to hire some crew, though. We need 159 skeleton crew. So let's hire like 60. Go over that 200 mark. Fix the ship. 17 supplies. All right, it is good as new. Basically, the only thing wrong with it is it takes more fuel in travel mode. Supply cost to recover from deployment reduced by 20%. So that's like cheaper. That's like a bonus. Okay. This thing doesn't technically have a shield. It has damper shields. I don't know. I'm a believer in reinforced bulkheads. I'm a big believer. I might be a believer in armored weapon mounts. And then I'm a believer in level 10 vents and level 8 capacitors. Something like that's probably good. All right, show me what this looks like in practice. Look at that Needler. That's my anti-shield. Long time between windups, though. All right, then it has overdrive, where you can just charge in, get close. Really good for chasing as well. High speed. And then instead of a shield, it has this thing. The damper field. And then the damper field has to recharge after you use 2 charges. So the rest of the time, you're going to be taking a lot of damage. A lot of damage. And then its top speed is what, like 187? So if it doesn't have a shield, it's not really going to take that much flux, right? So it's not going to take that much flux, then, you know. Put unstable injector on everything. Is that what you're saying, chat? Because its speed up by 25 is pretty strong. But then you have to take like like 8 vent 5 capacitor. It's gonna reduce its weapon range, but now it's gonna have like much more speed. Top speed at 212. Can let it get away. I don't know. I'm valuing the like speed aspect. I don't know if it's right, but it feels right. Decent point defense coverage. Who's gonna drive this? All right, Trombone's already driving it, and you've got field modulation's useless, but impact mitigation's good. Missile spec is good. I like mortars over torpedoes. I have 1 light mortar. I have 3 slots. This is going to be a 12 torp god, okay? I don't usually love torps, but we got an interesting fleet composition now. Someone needs to pilot this. I'm gonna put that like level 5 pilot that's currently doing the Hound. And then the Hound, Robot Mystic, best of luck. We actually have a lot of officers. I'm impressed how many officers we have, actually. Okay, so here's the thing. I'm gonna max our fuel. Take 150 supplies. And we're gonna try and go somewhere. Personal bounty. George Turn. They have a pretty big fleet. I don't know how scary is a Colossus Mark III. The 2 fighter bays, I guess. Like the mule is... They're kind of... I feel like they're just far away. But then again, that's even further. We could try a bounty, I guess. Like this, definitely no. This one, maybe. I guess they have a wolf. Yeah, I think our hounds might get shredded by the fighters. 2 fighter bases is rough. Chat, what should I do right now? What are you doing right now? I'll tell you what you're not doing. Telling me what to do. But now you are, because I told you to. But I'm telling you what to do, which is tell me what to do. Do we have any important quests? I have a quest, but it involves me destroying a pirate faction group that is like down here. And I don't remember how big their group was. I guess we could try going back down there. We currently have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 7 frigates now. I don't remember how big they were. Reinstalling Star Sector to play tomorrow. No Jeffs in chat. I was playing Helldivers. Well, stop! I've dipped into modded Stellaris. What are your plans for the big ship? I don't know. Right now, I just want to, like, get some funding. I'm being pursued by a fleet that I feel like we could probably take. They have a destroyer, but... this is probably a fight that I want, as long as nobody else intervenes. The Mudskipper Mark IIs can be dangerous. All right, but we have a new, look at our fleet, man. Look at this. Should I even do any escorts? Or just not worry about it? I like the Lasher having some help. Stellaris Star Wars mod? Nah. Probably not. Alright, this dude's diving. I can't hit him, bro. Alright, let's see what's going on here. This dude's up here taking on a hound all by himself. I'm gonna take the kite and say go over there instead, actually. And we gotta watch out for this dude. But we got our first W there. This brawler should probably win against the Cerberus. I'm scared to abandon and go over here to help because I'm afraid of what I'm leaving behind over here. I'm just gonna have to trust the kite to get out there and do it. Like, our job is to kind of poke down the weak spots. Got a rocket on my ass. Easy, lad. Easy. Get in there. Get in there, level 5 pilot. All right. Good job, good job. You guys, dude, his hull is at like 500, man. Okay, we're gonna put like an avoid on that dude and engage on that dude. And then send this dude over to that dude. You know what I'm saying? Oh, he's like charging. Oh, he's charging the hound. Yeah, we're hurting a little bit, but like we're winning. So that's good. But yeah, my plans for the big ship are pretty much just like, I need to grow into it. You know? I feel like I need to grow into it a little bit. Dude! Hounds are suicidal, man. I have an engage order, not an eliminate order, right? It says without undue danger. You have like a little bit of hole left. All right, you retreat. I can tell them to retreat. But I don't remember how. There we go. You get out. This ship also needs to get out. I guess it's up to me to tell them what to do. Get out. Before you explode, go the other way. Yep, there you go. Oh, that dude is here! He's charging in, bro. Okay, damn. Driving a Hound kind of sucks, but it makes me appreciate the little things in life. Okay, now you blow him up. Avoid the big guy, attack the little guy. No, 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 no. I need some help. Brawlers are just what I asked for. Get in there, guys. Get in there. You're too scared. You're too skittish. You have maneuvering jets, man. My steady pilots inside the brawlers, like, don't want any piece of that. It's like, you have shields! I swear, they're more cautious in the brawlers than when they're in the hounds. When they're in the hounds, they're like, I will drive maximum acceleration head first into danger. And you give them a shield and they're like, oh, I don't know about this anymore, guys. I'm starting to have second thoughts about joining up. I really wish they wouldn't have opened my little cryosleep pod. I don't want to have to fight anymore. Look at how much they're like checking their brakes on the left. Waiting for the opportune moment. I'm taking some strays. Okay. Now what we have to do is work together in tandem against this guy. All right, I got his tailpipe. He had a flame out. He's kind of thick. Ow. This is what a destroyer is capable of, chat. We are what he is supposed to be destroying. I can't let him turn to face me, though. We're gonna break through his armor in a sec. I don't know how his engines are still online, dude. Alright, one engine's out. Armor on the tail is busted. He's still got the torpedoes, though, so we gotta watch out for those. Alright, once you get through the armor, it gets a little better. I'm just gonna dodge because those stray bullets are gonna, like, potentially murder me. We handled that, I think, very well. And they had one support frigate that got away. I think we let him go. Our combat readiness is very low. Honestly, good fight. We need those supplies. And chain gun, heavy autocannon, heavy mortars, things that I'm gonna use. Our first harpoon MRM, legitimate salvage. Yeah. And we leveled up. That was a big fight. Big XP. I don't know what I want my skill point in. Since we're out exploring, I'm gonna say salvage. I like field repairs quite a bit too, but plus 50% resources, not including rare items from abandoned stations and derelicts, plus 20% post-battle salvage, and minus 75% crew lost in non-combat. I think that's good. Helps us, oh dude, we don't even have enough fuel to make it. The mercenary company just pounced on those dudes. Good choice for your modus operandi so far. Yeah, that's pretty much how we've been surviving. So getting like even more from salvage, and then it doesn't feel as punishing to to fight a lot, because you typically have to pay a bunch of supplies to fight. So if you get 20% more loot after fighting, then it's easier to justify the upkeep costs. But we're gonna jump to a pit stop. And make sure that our tank of gas is all the way full. Basically a scavenger run. Yeah, this is a scavenger run. We've scavenged pretty much everything. It's been going pretty well. I feel like it's definitely going better than the one we tried a couple days ago. Your fleet approaches Gilead Station. It is well known that pilgrims of the Luddic faith travel here from across the Persian sector to visit the holy shrine of Gilead. The shrine is said to be built where Lud kissed the ground after first stepping onto the surface of this planet. Please give fuel. Also give supplies. Also give weapons? Don't really have any that I want. $31 fuel a day seems pretty high for your fleet size. Am I crazy? Hyperspace is 17 fuel per equivalent normal space light year. Ships consuming the most fuel. Oh, we're still having to pay for the champion and the hammerhead, even though they're mothballed. Are we? We're just kind of hauling these around, paying the fuel costs. I'm gonna forget, if I take out storage, I'm gonna forget where it is. I don't really want storage here. In Canaan. I didn't know they were, I thought that we were towing them. I guess not. Okay. Well, I have purchased the storage rights. That's a good call out, chat. We shouldn't be paying that much in fuel. Now it's 21 fuel per day, so we should be able to go a lot further. Yeah. We go again. But we'll just leave them in the good hands of the Luddic Church. How about that? I don't know how I got hit by that. And that one? Dude. Whatever. Whatever. Yeah, the game does track the storage sites, so it's not that big a deal. We don't have to worry about that. I think this is the Omega hyperspace storm. It's like it's one of the biggest ones I've ever seen. And this is the only break spot in it. Because if you look at the bottom right on the map, it's just like blotting out the entire region. Kind of going the wrong way. I'm holding S and Shift. Shift to speed up time and S to go slow so we don't get struck by space lightning. But I would love to get the destroyer up and running. I think we're pretty close to being able to do that. I think when we return, we'll be able to do that. I just want to get some better weapons to put on it. But the hammerhead is kind of a game changer. Okay, so here's the issue. There is apparently a pirate fleet somewhere in here. I found them, and they are way stronger than us. Oh my god, that's a lot of dudes, man. That's a lot of dudes. Luckily, I'm going too fast. I thought they were a little smaller than that. Just a bunch of weenies. But they're tanky. We don't have a lot of... We have torpedoes, and that's about it. So I kind of came back down here for no reason. So I'm going to just lose those nerds, and then use our ability to transverse jump, which I unlocked with technology navigation. Jump into a system through a nascent gravity well directly into hyperspace. So we're gonna go direct into hyperspace for 10 fuel so we don't have to go past those guys again. And just kind of hop out. And there's like nothing to even do over here. We know of Mance has a habitable world and something else, but Mance also had other dangers. So what else can I do while I'm down here? I wanted to do a mission to get some money, and instead the dudes who are guarding the money are too strong. So I can either just go scavenge or turn around and go straight home. Waste time? Well, now I know. Now I know what we're up against down there. I feel like the quests that we got from the academy were much easier a couple days ago. This one was like a pretty large force by comparison. Dude. Do you see what I mean? This is an unfortunate seed. Hyperspace is not normally like this. This is the perfect, like... Dun, 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 dun. I am stuck in hyper hell, man. It's still going. It's still going. There's a map that shows all hyperstorms. Where do you see that? Oh, look what you did, chat. You made me stop going slow. How are you not affected? If you go... Two things. Number one. On Hyperspace Storm, it says that if you hold, if you go slowly, storm strikes toss the fleet's drive bubble about with great violence. Slow-moving fleets do not attract storm strikes, so if you hold the slow button down, you don't get hit by them. This is actually the biggest hyperspace storm I've literally ever seen since they were added to the game. That's a crazy amount. That's actually an annoying amount. There's a Luddic Path base. Uh-oh. They're coming for me, chat. Oh my god, they have a huge fleet. They're coming for me. This is not somewhere that I think we want to be. This is where transverse jump is kind of amazing. Because... Oh! Why would I accidentally go directly into another group, man? We're lucky to have gotten away from that one. I'm going all the way out here, away from everybody, and then I'm gonna transverse jump. And they'll never be able to get me, but I gotta have enough fuel. All right, we gotta... Yeah, I E-burned away from that. I'm just gonna go home, man. I did. I jumped into the wrong system. In the map mode, if you press 1, you can change the map to see storms. So this seed just sucks. Is that what you're telling me? It's... Oops, all storms. Gamer Deathbot already? There need to be more, like, cool space highways. This is as fast as I can fast forward. I mean, eventually when we have too many supplies, we're just gonna say, who cares, and just fly over it and get struck. But right now, I gotta, like, take it a little easy. Like, I want to do some exploring, but they don't have any. There's a 41k bounty that we could do, but it's really far away. And you have to find them in 89 days. Also, if I could make a suggestion to the developer who's definitely not here right now listening, and is, even if they were, never gonna do anything that I suggest, can you make it where you can accept the bounty, and if you accept the bounty, it refreshes the amount of time left on it? Gameplay-wise, it's purposeless to continue to list these, like, 3-day remaining or 17-day remaining bounties. And so they may as well not exist. But it'd be great if I could be like, I'll do it, and then it gives you a new, like, it refreshes the timer so that you can actually go do the content instead of just watch the content get deleted in a few days. Yeah, sure, I'll change that. Get right on it. Because it's like, I want to do the content, but it's only a few days. Like, I don't know if I can get over there in 89 days, so I'm just not even going to accept, so I'm just going to ignore it. We got to do something, though, chat. What do we do? This is the problem I always run into. Right after I get, like, 5 frigates, like, how the hell do you make money, man? The, Academy gave me an impossible quest. The bounties are impossible. there are no current tech missions for exploration, and if the ones that were there, I couldn't physically reach. And then the rest is just get lucky in a bar if I don't want to smuggle. I feel like you always get kind of shoehorned back into making money by trade. Let's go to somewhere. I'm tired of being on this like western side. Let's go to some Tritachyon space. Survey rocky metallic world for the pirates. The pirates. Those bastards. Temporary commission with a faction. They'll pay for every enemy ship kill. Yeah, I mean, this. I'm gonna do that when the regular stipend ends, probably. I guess. I think Star Sector would benefit from a mission overhaul where you like Battle Brothers missions are a little wild, but they at least have 1 skull, 2 skull, or 3 skull. I think there just needs to be like that similar kind of system. Because it gives you some idea of what's going on. All right, Tritachyon world, what you got? What do you got? Like, literally, what do you have? Makeshift shield generator, expanded deck crew. I like extended shields, but I don't have any money. I need to save all my money right now. We are poor. We are very poor. What do you got in the bar? 1 person. What do they got? 2. They want me to transfer more units than I currently have cargo space for 20,000 credits. I decline. Goodbye. That's what I mean, though. Okay, let's go somewhere else. One person. What do you got? An opportunity. I need a steady supply of 5 units of heavy machinery from a reliable colonial administrator. Bro. I don't have a colony, dude. I don't have a colony. Just say yes and commit fraud. I thought that was a storm, so I slowed down. My brain, I'm still storm-brained. A dockside bar. What do you want? There's a Condor light carrier collecting space dust. I made a plan to jack the ship. My price is 7,900 credits, and you need to provide 20 Marines. No! Just give me a fetch quest. Strike up a conversation with a shifty man fiddling with the cyber mod. He wants me to buy security codes. No, I want you to pay me money, not the other way around. Okay. Put a different way, chat. The problem with the mission system is that you don't want 9 out of 10 of the missions, and they all have this really well-written and interesting dialogue. But if you read it all, you're going to be reading 9 missions that you're not going to do while you're looking for the one mission that you can do. So you're like the ratio of kind of like you get to the point where you just got to skip the text, even though it's good and well written, because you know that you're probably not going to take the mission, and you can't read all of them. Because like I just went to 3 different planets. There's got to be at least one fetch quest per planet in the future rework. Okay, well, let's just buy some fuel then. Because that's why I've been saving my monies. Because we are out. We need to go somewhere else. Yeah, I have a Galatia mission right now, Chazbone, but it's for like a mid-game fleet. The very first mission I took from them, I couldn't complete. And I still can't. We actually just went back there to check. So, the Galatia missions are not all beginner missions. But you can't tell that it's not a beginner mission until you're shit out of luck. Because, like, the mission started the same as the other ones, where I had to go somewhere and get some tech. But then when I went to get the tech, it had already been stolen, and a much larger pirate fleet had it. But yeah, there just need to be more early game stuff. It's really hard to make money early game that isn't your stipend, or just getting a stipend from the hegemony, I guess. And that's ostensibly what the bar missions are supposed to be, but they're often too specific for their own good. The best way to make money by far in Star Sector is smuggling and trading. But it's so good and it's so profitable that and the other ways that you can make money are so inefficient that it's unfortunate to feel pigeonholed in a sandbox game. Because you want to do other avenues. But smuggling is too easy, and the other ways to make money are too hard. Independent of one another, I would say. And that's not just my opinion reactionary now. That's been my opinion for years. I tend to earn early game money with analyzed domain probes. That's RNG. That's complete RNG. That's just you got lucky. Would you like to pick out a analyzed domain probe mission for us here? We could do that one if you could find it for me. But yeah, that's wholly dependent on whether or not you get the missions, if they're somewhere that's reachable by you, and if they are, upon arrival, undefended. But yeah, I just want to do missions for dudes in bars. But finding one is extremely time consuming. Wait, this is a pirate. Deliver an item to a specified location in Kusa, 11 light years away. I can't explain it without backseating, but there is more depth to it. There's not though. There's some cool story missions and side missions that you can find and do. But there are no changes to the actual like way you pick up missions right now. I disagree. There's so many ways to make money early we are ignoring. Name one that isn't stipend. I have less than 10,000 credits. That cargo mission. Yeah, this is the 12th mission in a dock that I have asked for, and it's the only one that I can do, dude. The cargo mission, you had space. No, I did not. I have space for this one. The other one needed 250 units. I did not have space. Chat's like, you don't understand. You're trying to play the sandbox game wrong. You have to play it like this to make money. All right, I'm gonna go use the bathroom, chat. I'll be back in just a minute. Sorry, there's two songs going. But it was fast. Anyway, my only beef is I disagree that I think early game Star Sector is the if you had to put early, mid, and late game on a comparison, I think early game is the worst. Easily. Like, the game itself tries to usher you to mid-game as fast as possible. If you take the standard starts where you have a larger fleet at the beginning. And the most of the reason is because you spend the most time waiting. Like, I have spent almost 2 hours kind of just like waiting to find either the right weapons or the right quest or something. Yeah, I would say mid-game is best. Mid-game is definitely the highlight, for sure. What's up, a friendly Stan? How's it going? Zapped Guy, thanks for 3 years of sub. I appreciate the 3rd year of support. Welcome back, dude. Chat. No, like it's definitely classic chat where it's like streamers like 1 in 12 missions is actually doable right now for me. I really think that there should be more varied and better options at the beginning of the game. And chat's like, just get a contact. How do you get a contact? Hold up. I think I know the answer. Chicken or egg? I've done Honest Trader from 1 frigate up and it went almost as fast as full combat smuggling. Then you must be really bad at smuggling. But make no mistake, full combat is the hardest way to make money in the game. Easily. Bounties are dangerous and expensive. You will often spend more money than you make on bounties. The bounty system has needed a rework for a very long time. And if you dispute that, I don't know what to tell you. Take 240,000 credits now and pay 360,000 back to me in 400 days. What? Are you gonna double my money? For free? This is like getting ruined in For the King. No, I'm not gonna do this. She's gonna ruin my reputation across all known space. Oh wait, did I talk to both of these guys? Like, okay, well, the first thing that I would do that's a concrete change is every single mission in Galatia. It offers you 3 missions. All 3 should be completable as soon as you take control of your first ships. Even if they only pay you, like, a tiny amount of money. You should be able to take 1, 2, or all 3 of the Galatian missions, the first on offer, and be able to complete all 3 of them without making any fleet changes. At most, like, 1 extra frigate. And there should be an indication of how difficult they're gonna be. Because, like, Galatia is supposed to be the tutorial area. Alright, let's go. How much fuel? I have enough fuel to do stuff. We just need to have the game on pause right now. Let's go to Corvus. Watch out for the storms. Okay. I want to do something, man. Spinning my wheels for hours. That's a sensor array. Desert World. Dockside bar. 1 dude. Every bar should have 3 people in it also. I think. I can supply custom construction of up to 300,000 credits worth of rare ships and weapons. at a reasonable 200% of base cost. What? No, also, they all want money from me. I'm trying to do work, man. Nobody here. Wait. No, there's a crowd. Alright, hold up. I gotta go back. The concourse is in chaos. A crowd of protesters in Luddic greens has formed a human barrier across the main entrance. Surrounding them are angry spacers, officers and crew alike, waiting to enter the commercial promenade or return to their ships. A small contingent of local Munisec hold the shouting crowds apart. Barely. You recognize the hegemony quartermaster, Hygeia Herring, speaking orders into a small comms unit. She notices you and nods you over. Luddic's protesting the planetside burns, she explains. Get these every other week due to pilgrims. They consider it a sort of rite of passage. She one-arm shrugs to suggest she doesn't find the matter worth getting too upset over, then speaks another string of tactical jargon into her comms. Is there some kind of shrine here? Not here, she says, eyes not leaving the protesters on the surface. For appreciating the local plant life, don't understand why. You wouldn't believe how toxic the stuff is. Detox after exposure is like a week of hangover compressed down into a day or two. She shakes her head. At least, that's what it felt like for me. Guess they like suffering. Luddic's for you. Top brass says we gotta humor him. Politics, right? A burst of coded garble comes through the comms, and the quartermaster gives a short response. Gendarmerie will be here soon if you want to stay for the show, she says. Wait for the authorities to clear the protest. You wait. The crowd grows, and grows less patient. A minority jeers and shouts. A few spacers start throwing trash. The Luddics perform their chant prayer, calling for an end to the orbital burns, arms locked. From fights breaking out, it's clear there is much support for the Luddic cause outside the overt protesters. It feels near a boiling point when heads start to turn and you see a dark regiment of lightly armored troopers deploy from columns into a wedge. Security drones hum overhead, targeting lasers and ID cams flickering. Wait. A steady advance breaks the protest line apart. Shock prods rise and fall to silent shouts and screams. It is difficult to see through the pacification gas, but you can make out drones deploying restraint foam on struggling forms. The Luddic's fists, signs, and even hammers are useless against the power-armored Gendarmerie. I don't know what a Gendarmerie is. You may pass safely, citizen. A drone buzzes at you in a pleasant voice. Stepping toward the main promenade, you turn to find that you've left a diminishing trail of blood spots. A scuff or two of your heel on the deck plate takes care of the problem. What? Okay, go back to the bar. I guess that was just lore. You won't like this, but there is a mod that makes it so every bar has missions / more missions. There's one person here. Because I think part of the frustration is that if you end up not taking 9 out of 10 quests and there's a lot of reading, again, I think the writing is generally good, but the ratio of how much time do I spend parsing the lore for its own sake versus playing the game gets progressively more disproportional sometimes. This is an example of that. Chat, I'm desperate. I'm taking the damn spy set. No, it's just the only people that have jobs in bars are pirates. Also, I think my anti-pirate RP is impossible. Are there non-pirate missions that are similar to this? Yes, but good luck finding them. Because, like, spy sat missions are annoying, but they're doable. Okay, there's a brand new domain error probe that just procced. So we'll just go try and do that. But yeah, the I think it's mostly just there is enough content in the game, but it's gated by RNG. Like, there might be a bounty that you can do. There might be an analyze probe available. There might be a dock quest that you can do. But I feel like you have to get lucky to do all the content at the beginning of the game. Unless you just smuggle, which is guaranteed money. That's the one assurance you have in life. Is that trading works. Hey, Etal, 49ers or Chiefs? Most boring Super Bowl ever, bro. Neither. But yeah, the content's all there. It just needs, like, the ratio needs to be turned up. Like, there should always be one tiny shitty bounty that you can do. There should always be a quest in there should never be a bar that has no quests, I think, at a minimum. There should always be at least one. I would say 2. And so on. Because yeah, the content's already there. It's just you have to try disproportionately hard to find it. All right, I don't have enough money to buy fuel. I'm out of supplies. Okay, I got this thing that I can sell for 20K. I wasn't gonna sell it to these guys. But I don't think the Persian League can probably already make these ships. And if they can't, they can now. They can make buffaloes, wolves, kites, and hounds. Suddenly they're gonna win the war. I only get to sell it for 16K. Whatever. Take that. I could probably sell more stuff. Did I just use it? I just used it. Instead of sell it. I just learned the blueprint. While we're making suggestions, maybe a confirmation dialogue box on blueprints. It's control left click, not control right click. It turns out. Oops. Okay, chat. Well, we live here now. I got 50. Why am I using 15 supplies per day? Oh, because we need to get combat readiness again. Can I have one supply, please? What was that about today going better than the last time? I mean, it was. It was, though. All right, listen, chat. Don't worry. They're going to have a mission for me at the bar. One dude offering bounties. This is the first out of like 20 different quest givers. We finally found a guy. I have several assignments on the docket. He looks down. Give me a manageable target. It's on the other side of the damn universe. I would love to go take out that target. But I don't think I can make it there, sir. I'm broke. Oh my god. This would be so easy too. Like I could actually do this. I just don't have enough money for gas. Look at my gas orange circle. I can't believe I accidentally sold the stupid blueprint. Are you still getting stipends? Yeah, but I have to fire all of my officers. Just because I've been driving around. I've been driving around looking for missions so long, I've used up like almost 200 supplies. And I finally find one and then I can't go do it. Let's just go fight somebody. I don't know. Do we have like... Is there a system bounty somewhere? Just in Galatia. How many dudes are we gonna find in Galatia? This is some big, what does it look like I'm doing energy from all of this. I don't even know if I can make it over there. Yeah, I can't make it to Galatia. Goes broke looking for work too real. Make it to Asconium by cheap fuel. It's about the same price as it is in multiple other places, but I guess. I just feel like I'm struggling to play the game right now. I'm having to fight to play the game. I feel like I've just been driving in circles. When was the last time I blew up a ship, dude? I'm out of fuel. Drift into the well. Where's the actual... Oh, I don't know where the fuel is. Is it Volturn or somewhere else? It's at Syndria. I have no supplies, chat. Maybe it'll have a guy that's gonna offer me a loan, like a small business loan. I got 79 credits. Why did you... I don't have any money. You're supposed to pay me. They want me to pay them. A loan shark would help. Yep. I shouldn't have listened to the person that told me to go to Asconia, and I shouldn't have accidentally learned the blueprints. When this is blown up real fast, it would be easier for us to survive in this current situation if we were actually in uncivilized space, because then I could probably find more derelicts to salvage and try to get back in. No money, no supplies, no fuel. Here. How much are my ships worth? Pennies. Fully loaded, they're worth like 2,000 credits. God damn, dude. All right, chat. What am I supposed to do? Sell my whole fleet? But like, I can't not rant. This is why the stipend is necessary for the game. Because there's no way to make money if you lose money. Like, what I actually have to do, because that's the way it's balanced, is fire Trombone Ninja, Undecided Potate, and Chemo 3. To try to make some money back. Assuming we still have a stipend. Which I don't know for sure if we do. Yeah. For 16 more months. But like, if there were actually jobs that offered me money instead of asking for my money, then the stipend wouldn't be necessary because you could just do jobs. But they're like, there aren't any. To be fair, the dev said they centered much of the money making around smuggling and other crimes. Bro, you get money for free! You don't have to do anything! What are you talking about? I can literally just go into this and then go bop, 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 and then unpause. This free money hack will earn me so much free money, bro. And then I wait. Why was my monthly income $1,985? Because I had to pay them for that month that they worked? Did I have to pay them a prorated amount? Yeah. I had to pay them even though I fired them. What's the downside of taking the pirate missions? Even if I took the pirate missions, they're like 3 in 18. There were like 3 of them max. It's like 3 in 21. Well, we didn't get our free money, unfortunately, chat. So just mothball the ships, I guess. I don't know. I don't have any fuel anyway. Sucks to lose the good pilots. Yep. Meanwhile, the rest of our ships will start exploding now. If getting a contact was easier, it'd be a lot better. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I feel like there's definitely a world that we don't live in where you have different tiers of contacts, and you get one from Galatia Academy to start the game as your beginner contact, and then you sort of fulfill their usefulness, or their usefulness, you know, hits a upper limit where you just outgrow them, basically, and then you move on to a different contact. Sounds like the money issue is exaggerated by current RP. I just want to do regular missions, and they don't exist. They exist more when you get a contact, but it's a vicious cycle where you have to do missions to get a contact. There's like a what is it, a 25% chance to get a contact upon a successful mission, so it's all RNG. Yeah, I've declined like 3 missions because they were pirate missions. But that doesn't change the rest of my critique. My critique exists outside of the losing status of my campaign. And I would think that regardless of whether I was successful or not. And the simple reason, the basis is, if I wanted to just like make a shit ton of money, I know how. Like, I know how to make money. But I want to play the game in a way that isn't the same 2 avenues of making money. And I see the potential for there to be many avenues you could pursue in the sandbox game. But I feel as though only a couple of them are viable. So I was trying other avenues of making money in this instead of the tried and true methods. Because I've already played this for hundreds and hundreds of hours. I've already done all the like lol Seth video funny stuff. They're starting to die. They're starting to explode. To be honest, though, the crew dying is not the worst in the world, because if they die, I can just mothball more ships. Oh, well, once you mothball it, you can't unmothball it. Oops. There's not a confirm on that. Rip. It's not fun to play the same every single time. Pretty much why I can't play without Nex. Yeah. Yeah. You end up just going through the motions. I was trying to kind of like just do it differently. Yeah, Planet Survey is not on the table at the beginning of the game. You have to have a large crew and you have to have a lot of supplies. Because you need to be able to do the supply dump for the survey. They're really the only viable ones at the beginning, I believe, are the these ones. Analyze. The analyze ones are the easiest way. Those are usually a cakewalk, but you have to be able to make it to them. So you need to be able to travel that distance and back. Which I could have done, but when I was looking for missions, there were no analyze missions available. Or else I would have done that one. I'm just gonna put out a distress call next to these ships. Nobody's gonna help me, dude. "42 crew. Oh no, my cargo. I lost a sheep. My sheep exploded, dude." The analyzing surveys unfortunately time out after like 5 days if unaccepted. Yeah, that's kind of what goes back to what I was saying about the bounty missions having timers that tick down. It's like all the content is there. It's just like, ooh, almost had that one. Try again. Like it's holding its hand out. You want this mission? Oh, you almost got to take that mission. So I just think leaving the content available for longer periods of time is conducive to a fun play experience. Yeah, half them are on the edge of the sector, but you have to go to the edge of the sector anyway, so. And that inspires you to upgrade your fleet and stuff. Because, yeah, there is, like, you do have to accept these, whereas you don't have to accept the bounties. Chad, how do you get out of this death spiral? Or do you not? It's a pretty big death spiral, man. I guess you wait, like, 2 more days and see how much money you get paid? Scuttled to 1 ship? You mean start a new game? My monies! What ships did even blew up? The good ones? New seed, let's go. I feel like I'm tracing the same outlines over and over again, man. I'm tired of tracing the same outline over and over again. I want something different, man. I thought this would be different. I tried to make it too different. Soft restarting now would be better? In what way? Aim for some necks. It's not updated yet. Otherwise I would, yeah. Restart as pirates and join their military. That's a Nexarellan feature, bro. Eight rusting cars and no gas money life. I just love how many people think Nex features are baked into Star Sector. Dude, I'm just like tired of getting 500 plus hours with a game and then all of the things that I have wished would, like, small things that I wish would have changed over the last half a decade haven't changed, and they start to mount as more and more annoying things to the point where I can't see the fun past the things that frustrate me. The post honeymoon phase of games that I usually fix with mods to some extent. Some of it you can fix with mods. Banner Lord moment. Oh shit. Banner Lord moments. No, it's definitely not 2,000 hours in the game. Write a negative review. I think a lot of things in Star Sector do one of two things. They funnel you into a very specific playstyle, or like, God. Can I help you, dog? What do you want? Come here. Bad boy. Bad. Anyway, either you get funneled into, like, kind of one play style, or you spin your wheels for, like, 2 to 3 hours, kind of looking for the content. Next had an update 7 hours ago. Bro. Are you fucking serious, dude? I could have just been playing the mod the whole time if I had just waited like a couple of minutes. I started the stream like 7 hours ago, man. Oh, that stings. Rewind. No one in chat said a thing, dude. Nobody knew? You guys just looked at it, or have you been secretly playing it the entire time? All you guys have to do is be like, hey, did you know Next just updated? They knew. We all been playing it and laughing. Bro, that's rough. I still saw it say point. I actually checked the mod before I started streaming. I actually looked. Finished 2 pirate campaigns since the fix. No, yeah, it says 0.97A in the title. Unbelievable. Downloading Star Sector and Next right now. What makes Next so good? It's just fun. I like randomizing the world. Everything goes random. It's like a 4X. Environments can change with the factions. It's more sandbox in your sandbox game, yeah. It's rough, dude. I was watching the stream, not checking mod, like a good viewer. Does 9.7 update the game to a newer Java version? Probably not. Why would you expect that? I can't believe the mod's been updated the whole stream, man. I'm never streaming on a Saturday that I didn't already plan to stream as a surprise stream again. Look what happens. The whole game blows up, and now I have not one but 2 streams in which I start a new campaign and the campaign dies by the end of that one stream. Look at what happens. I don't want to start over again a third time, dude. I just assumed Nexter Island wasn't going to be updated for a while. I don't want to restart a third time. Streamer has Space Madness. I do have Space Madness right now. You did this, chat. Why weren't you refreshing the mod page all day? Starting over is fun, though. No. Being in frigate hell is not. I haven't even... Dude, let me put it like this. I've been streaming Star Sector for close to 15 hours, and I haven't flown a destroyer once. Much less a cruiser. The campaigns will restart until morale improves. Okay. That's rough. That's just like dogpiled. You can get Space Truckin' Mod if you wanted some help early game. 1, I don't know what Space Truckin' Mod is. Did you just make that up? 2, if I wanted it to... It's not about being easier early game. I just want to, like... I don't know how to express this in a different way, chat. I feel like I've already expressed it 1,000 ways. I think that there is a lot of stuff you can do in the early game, but I think that it is prohibitively difficult to find the things to do because of RNG and short timers on mission accept windows and getting lucky with a quest that you're capable of doing. Like, it's all the stuff's already there. It just needs to be accessible. Like, there's already easy bounties, easy quests, easy missions. All that stuff's already in the game. But 9 out of 10 times you're going to skip it all because it is hard to... You can't guarantee that it'll even show up in your game. That's what I mean. But yeah, I can't start over a third time, dude. I'm gonna lose my mind. But yeah, okay, here's the problem. It was doomed from the start, man. If Nex already updated, then even if this campaign went exceedingly well, I would never play it again after Nex updated. So it was doomed. I'm losing my mind right now. It doesn't matter if it was successful or a failure. Because I would have already felt like it was doomed because the game was rigged from the start. Mod time, let's go. Dude, it's been 7 hours, man. If you had fun and we had fun, there was no waste of time this stream. I didn't have fun. I had fun for like 5 hours. The last 2 hours have been pain. Second wind time. I gotta think about what to do, chat. God. Should have just... procrastination always is the answer. If I just didn't stream today, then I would have seen that Nex updated, and then I would have solved all of this. I can't go back to starting the game from scratch again, man. I just did that twice. Early bird catches the grief. Here's the thing. If I don't do it, I don't know when the next time I'm going to play Star Sector is. Because there's new games coming out next week. And there's some core issues that I have with like the gameplay loop that are hard to overlook. Because if I start next, I'm gonna try and not do a stipend. But if I don't do a stipend, what do I have to do? Just commission and work for one of the factions? That's pretty much the only option, right? You pretty much have to commission faction and then find some, like, scan quests, the technology things, where you go out and do that. Chat, backseat time. If you start a campaign in Nex with no stipend, what do you do? How do you make money there? Are you dead set on a shuttle start? Maybe. Take a commission and do system bounties. Kill some of the pirates in the default starting area and then raid their station with Marines. I do bar missions. How? That's a lie. Smuggle or explore. Yeah. Okay. Rip this campaign. To be fair, now that I know Nex is out, this campaign was dead regardless. I just didn't think it was going to be updated yet. I honestly just didn't think it was going to be updated yet. Dude, I want a game that I can actually like sink my teeth in and do like a good size campaign. And get emotionally invested. Nex also has asteroid mining, that's true. Have you heard of our Lord and Savior Battle Brothers? Yep, I'm not gonna play that again probably until Menace comes out. Dude, all these old strategy games are great, but I've already got hundreds of hours in them, dude. They're all old. And now there's things about them that annoy me because they're old. And they're still great, and they're still like really good. But I need the honeymoon period, man. I'm really looking forward to Menace. And I think Star Sector is still a lot of fun. I just think that if I'm honest, it's been years, and I've had the same complaints for years, and they're small complaints in the grand scheme compared to how good the game is. But like, just take one update and stop adding new content. Like, remember when Satisfactory took an entire update that took them over a year, and they just fine-tuned everything that was already there? Balance and quality of life? I think that's like Star Sector and a couple other games just need that. Like one update where it's not like new cool content, and just go back and do a quality of life pass and game balance pass. And not on balance in terms of like ship strengths and weaknesses, but just like the play experience. But yeah, I'm very much looking forward to Menace. I have really high hopes for that. Space Trucking lets you make money just from running cargo for factions early game. Yeah, there's some like mod alternative jobs and stuff, like chat mentioned the asteroid mining. But it really do be like Mountain Blade. It's very similar. And they have the good things in common and the bad things in common as well. Which is the combat is phenomenal in both games. And the things you do outside of the combat are limited. Like, Mountain Blade has the exact same problem. Which is, you cannot earn money or make money outside of that one way that you're kind of supposed to do the game. Which is basically fighting. Like it all kind of revolves around combat. Getting loot, selling it. Yeah, the core game is really good. Mods help fill it out. And I got my money's worth 10 times over. But I also see what it can be. And I guess I can mod it to get to that point. Did you talk about the upcoming CK3 DLC? I don't think I'm going to do a full CK3 campaign again. Just for what looks like a small DLC. I don't know. They can prove me wrong. Crusader Kings has to earn my trust. To be honest. Because I would have been excited about a Plague DLC, but then I saw Royal Court and Tours and Tournaments. And so I know better now. Those bounties that cost more than the pay are really irksome. Yeah, you'll end up paying like almost more in repairs for some of the bounties and gas than you'll actually get from doing the bounty. I think that they just need some Battle Brothers missions in this game where they pay you some up front and then give you the option of taking the money and running. Like, okay, think about Battle Brothers mission structure versus Star Sectors and how many different ways there are to do Battle Brothers missions. Like, getting into a mission, realizing you're in over your head, retreating, abandoning, taking the rep hits, asking for more money up front, and then stealing it, leaving with the money. 3 different skull qualities to the missions. Many of the missions actually involve actively hunting things down, so they lead you directly to combat that spawns in interesting fights that you otherwise wouldn't have against like giants or other monsters. Following a caravan who like forces you to take a specific but dangerous route while they pay for your food, so you get something back while you're doing it, and you can even abandon them halfway if it ends up you have to take like a risk reward in the middle of the mission as to whether you want to try and complete it or not, even though you're being attacked along the way. Or just a random fetch quest that's basic. You get a package, take it over here, get paid. Yeah, I don't know why Star Sector doesn't have like an escort mission. That seems like super obvious too. Because there's already a defend and escort AI behavior. Trying to escort like a ship when it starts on the bottom all the way up to the top where other enemy ships may come in from the flanks. Could be cool. But there's also like sandbox trading in Battle Brothers as well. And not as much, but still there's economic impacts when shipments don't reach their target. And it does have a lot of similarities there. But yeah, the that kind of goes back to earlier when we were hiding in the asteroid belt trying to wait for enemies to spawn. Like, even if you ignore the missions and try and fight, it's sometimes very difficult to even find a battle. I think having some more sectors that are more pirate-dominated, but, like, at varying levels of threat, like they already have sort of distress beacons and warning beacons with different grades of warning. It'd be cool if there were some, like, pirate sectors that were just, like, 1-star pirate system where you'll find a bunch of pirates, but they'll all be, like, mud skippers and hounds and kind of, like, plentiful hunting for you, but smaller threat level overall. Like, that kind of thing. Places that you can actually go. I feel like I spend 50% of my time looking for something to do in the early game. And hoping that I find something. So I feel like my time is getting wasted. Have you tried the Iron Oath? Maybe? I don't remember. There's another mod that adds escort missions. Let me check out this pirate base. It's 5 fucked up pirate cruisers that destroy me. Yeah, they're all just like god tier powerful. Without Nexus War and diplomacy system, all-out battles are very rare. Yeah, that's kind of true. Did you ever play War Tales? Yeah, I thought it was bad. Or it wasn't fun to me. I didn't think it was bad. I just didn't think it was fun. Found it frustrating. But yeah, Star Sector's got... It's got flair. The best mission there is. Possibly. And by best, I mean... good luck. Take that, you stupid hound. Yeah, he doesn't like that very much. Oh god. Oh god. I don't know how you win this one, actually. Not like this. How do you beat that guy in single combat? Crushing defeat. The Invincible. I'm sure this is winnable, but... I don't know how you 1v1 when your only weapons is the Tachyon Lances. I remember doing a custom loadout, but it was mostly dumb luck. Oh yeah, I guess you can refit it, huh? Like, plasma cannons are strong. Yeah, I didn't even use the Fortress Shield. It's cool that you can customize it, though. All right. Anyway, chat. We had a nice waste of time Saturday stream. It was doomed from the start. Who could have guessed that mere minutes after I pressed the go live button, the mod that I was waiting for to update updated, and nobody knew until the stream was 7 hours in. Who could have guessed? So whether our fleet lived or died, it was gonna die at the end of the day. It did die, though. Terribly. Tragically. Embarrassingly, even. We'll do some more stuff on Monday. I'm going to try, chat. My goal for February is just to find some games that don't end with me breaking down all the ways that I think they could be improved for the final 25% of the stream. It's going to be my goal. Impossible. So 0 games. we just need the new car smell. We've driven the old games around so much that the wear and tear has become unignorable. But again, I think I don't want to oversell it. I don't think that Star Sector is bad. I think it's a fantastic 9 out of 10 experience. I just again wish there was one update, like one major update that was just a quality of life, pace of play update. Because I know that the answer is not, well, he's not doing it because there's already mods that do that. I know that's not true because they're still adding new ships to the game. And there's about 10,000 ship mods. But yeah, we'll do something new on Monday. Cause well, maybe. There's a game coming out that I don't know if it's gonna be good. Pacific Drive comes out soonish. That'll be fun. That's like February 22nd. It's like in 2 weeks. A lot of stuff come out in like 20 plus days. That's why I just take the Apogee start. Yeah, I mean, that's why I said the game tries to get you to mid-game as fast as possible, right? If you're rolling around in an Apogee, you're in the mid-game, whether you accept that or not. But like, definitely the early game could be so much more fun. The mid-game is top tier. I just don't like skipping to the mid game because I like earning stuff, but there need to be ways to earn it outside of getting lucky. It just needs better pacing. Yeah, no, that's why I kept saying. All the content is there and it's really fun because the combat is phenomenal. And all roads, except for trading, kind of lead to combat. So it's already there. And the missions and the content's already there. It's just way too hard to find. Like, there was probably one bounty at our level in 8 hours, for example. I think if there was more of a focus on fun instead of just like kind of stingy realism, quote unquote, then it would be in a better place. Like, it's a video game. So it's okay for there to be more fun kind of video game content. Seems like that was all in on world building. Yeah, like there's a lot more kind of lore and world building that doesn't really like lead to anything. It's kind of just there just because. Which is, you know, it's good to have that kind of fleshed out. But you also need to give the player kind of carrots. Dopamine is a powerful drug, man. Like, for example, the station that we went to where there was like the Luddic thing. I don't know what it was, like a rebellion thing. It'd be cool if there was like a decision to make there other than side with the dudes. If you don't side with the dude, I don't know what happens if you do side with the dudes, but by waiting for them to clear it up, nothing happened. It seemed like. But yeah, I think X4 has a similar thing where there's like a bunch of kind of story content that once you see it once, you've seen it 100 times. And they kind of are at odds with the sandbox gameplay, in my opinion. I feel like it's trying to have it both ways. You want to be like a campaign story game, but you also want to be a sandbox game. And I think that's the only reason why I'm not really looking forward to the new X4 DLC. Timelines, I think it's called, which is very sad. But we do have a Hearts of Iron DLC coming soon. And that the X4 thing is coming soon, which I probably won't play. I might play X4 again, but I probably won't play the timelines. Yeah, I don't know if that has a hard release date yet. But anyways, if we do play Star Sector again, I will play with Nexarellan. And that would be the, like, try-hard, sweaty version. I still get... The timing of that's crazy. I will see you guys again on Monday. And we'll do something else then, alright? I am going to send you guys off on a raid. Chat, let's go on an in-stream raid. Let's go say what's up to Nomak. Who is possibly doing some demos from the next fest. He's in Games Plus Demos right now. So I'm going to send you over there. But yeah, I need to find something Chad can take a bite out of that gets latched, you know? I'm still looking. It's been tough lately, I'd say. Trying to find something that's more than an appetizer. I want a game that I can play for a week straight and not bat an eye, you know? I'm tired of one-offs and two-offs and wasted breath. I want something that's like, I wake up, I'm doing this, that's what I'm doing. Every day. I want something that is like, eat, sleep, breathe. Oh wait, I'm already playing Tarkov. Forgot about that. All right, good night, everybody. I'll see you again in a couple days. Have a good Sunday. Bye-bye. Diablo 4. Shut up. Also, Dan420, thanks for the sub. Zap Guy, thanks for the subs. Get out of here. Why? When did you guys even subscribe?